Hello, I'm Enzo, and a long time ago, there was a mod made for Oxygen Not Included called Minibase, which shrunk the map by a ton and completely changes your playstyle and encourages new strategies. I played and loved the original mod, and ever since the Spaced Out DLC was released, I've wanted to play a Minibase Spaced Out. A few months ago, I finally found a mod that makes that exact dream of mine come true. Since I'm spending all of my time working on other videos for other games, I have no real time to spare to play this mod. However, I was thinking if I did a playthrough and recorded it all for the sake of a massive video, I could justify the insane amount of time that a run like this will take. Since Oxygen Not Included isn't insanely well known or popular, I'll explain everything as I go on, so that everyone who watches this understands what's going on. The list of mods that I'm using for this run will be in the description, and trust me, it is heavily modded. I'll also point them out as I use them. I'll explain more about this game a bit later on, but I need to rush explaining everything at the start here. Starting out, I'm going for an easy difficulty run, and there are no traits that I have to re-roll for this whole place. I'm going to enable some of the Frosty Planet stuff, which might mess up a few things, but it will be neat. And I won't be using story traits because honestly I never use them and they'll just be taking up space in this run, which, trust me, Minibase space is precious. All of the other difficulties will be on their lowest setting, or one above off. Now that all of the world generation is done, let's talk about the 3 starting duplicates you get. Now here's my strategy that I recommend for literally everyone, and I will never stray away from it. I strayed from this strategy once and it went bad. The 3 duplicates you want will be 1 excavator, 1 builder, and 1 researcher. You can choose their focus at the top here. All of the other buttons are from the duplicate stat selector mod, which I will only be using to re-roll stuff in this mod. But these first 3 duplicates can be re-rolled, and I decided to get pretty decent stats on them. These aren't all great, like I could definitely get perfect duplicates, but I think that would just take way too much time. My builder has 7 construction, and an additional 3 from the green trait. Green are good, red are bad, obviously. And not being able to doctor is perfectly fine because doctoring is pretty much worthless, especially on easy difficulties. The theme I'm going for this run is one of my favorite games called Ark Recode. A lot of people will do, like a show or a game or other series theme for their characters' names. My excavator has a excavation and 3 construction from the handy skill. Yet again, I could have gone for something better, but digging is always a limited skill because there's only so much to excavate in total, and building will always be useful no matter what. My researcher also isn't anything special. 9 science and some more morale bonus, which I definitely should have gone for something better. This is like one of the worst duplicate roles I've ever chosen for a start. I decided to name the colony Ark Y because I've already done Ark A and Ark 0. Y in this case stands for Gamma, I believe. It's whatever that symbol is. And my duplicates will be named after the respective characters in the game. And they're all from Ark Y. Nochlin, Giselle, and Yibby. And it's finally time to embark on our journey. Starting out is arguably the most important time in your colony's whole life. I always check my surroundings at the start to see what I'm working with, and the Spaced Out Minibase adds some interesting things. At the top, you have 2 ports made of abyssalite, which is what separates biomes and has very little thermal conductivity, which is important considering, it separates the magma, the 2,500 degree magma from my base. And there are 2 of these ports at the top. That's normal for the Minibase. However, you get 2 massive space areas in this Spaced Out Minibase, and 2 exit ports on each side. So you have 4 top ports and 2 side ports, and we'll be using those eventually. We also get 2 teleporters, both a sending and receiving side. This gives us access to the second planet, but we won't be able to do anything with that for a long time. Before I unpause the game, there are a ton of things I need to do. First one is setting up a schedule. This is important so that you kind of stagger your duplicant schedules and don't have them all go to bed at the same time. I mean, I still kind of did that, but ideally you want one duplicant awake and working at all times. You also want it so that they don't overcrowd the bathrooms or anything like that. It's just something I do. For the beginning, you can easily get away with 2 slots of downtime, and duplicants only need 2 slots of bedtime. After dealing with the schedules, another important thing is, well, priorities. Obviously, you want duplicants with skills to prioritize that specific skill. Excavator at digging, constructor at building, researcher at, well, researching, and potentially storing moving supplies, stuff like that. Once I've gotten all of that stuff set up, I can finally unpause the game and begin my 3 most important starting things. That is, digging out materials to build stuff with. The second priority is getting a decent source of water. That's because the first thing you want to build is a bathroom, and a functioning one at that. That's pretty important so that your duplicants have, well, a place to go to the bathroom, and then wash their hands with that water that you've gotten. Now, this mini base is interesting because there are actually some resources I can't mine just yet. My colony doesn't have the skill, and it's going to be a little bit before they level up to get that hard digging skill that I need. So this is going to need some specialized spaghetti pathing, especially considering I can't really get to that massive water source at the top just yet. Now that I have a tiny bit of free time, I'll explain. If you didn't know, Oxygen Not Included is a 2D sandbox, well, pretty much sandbox, colony simulator survival game. I don't know the actual tags and everything, but that's pretty much what it is. There are just an insane amount of possibilities and ways to do stuff in this game, and that's why I love it so much. Every single run will be different no matter what. The early game is extremely slow, like painfully slow, but it has to be that way because there are so many sensitive things that we need to get done. The path I'm digging to the right will be our bathroom area, because the bathroom is really annoying to move once you set it up because of all the germy water and dirt that will be created from it. In Oxygen Not Included, your whole goal is to help your colony survive and thrive. You play as almost like a god, but I'll spoil a bit of the story if you don't mind. You're literally playing as that printing pod. Yes, the thing where all the duplicates spawn from. You are literally playing as the AI of the printing pod. There's an insane amount of story behind this game, and you should look up a dedicated video on it if you're extremely interested, but it doesn't truly matter that much. Pretty much, we control these duplicants, as they're called. Some people call them pawns, but duplicant just sounds cooler. And they're kind of like humans. They are far more durable than humans, I'll admit, and don't die that easily. Obviously, they still can if you're not careful, but it's actually pretty easy to keep duplicants alive. I haven't really lost any in my past few runs. It's only the early runs, like when you start playing the game, where you'll probably lose a duplicant or 2. The first cycle is critical because this is when you want to get all of your stuff, mostly your bathroom, like I've already said, and a bedroom set up. Those are 2 important amenities to keep duplicant morale high and preferably stress low. Thankfully, the duplicants also get a New Hope buff for 5 cycles, I believe. Something like that, where they get less stress. And that's obviously to help you start out. I know this is a lot of information I'm throwing at you guys, and I'm sorry if it's overwhelming, but there's a ton to explain about this game, especially to start out so that you have an understanding of everything else later on. An important building rule of this game is that duplicants are 2 tiles tall and 1 tile wide, and you'll see some examples of this pathing and how I build things later on. As you can probably see by my current building structure and even how the printing pod spawns, you'll be building stories of 4 blocks tall, then a floor. 4 blocks tall, then floor. Duplicants can build and dig up to 4 blocks above them and 2 to their side, assuming this is on like a ladder in space. So you can kind of get a 4 tall and then 5 wide. There's definitely a better way to explain this, but you'll see examples as I go on with the run. It's also important to get all these buildings done early on so that duplicants can get their small morale bonuses from the latrine and then bedroom. Or it's a barracks, technically. Now that I've gotten the two basic rooms set up, the duplicants have beds, they have bathrooms, and you start with plenty of food, but we will get more as we excavate more materials. Because some blocks, if you see, it's kind of hard to, I know, have cracks in them. Blocks with cracks in them have what's called a buried material, and it can be all sorts of things from certain pools. And occasionally we'll get some stuff like muckroot, which is a food that does not go bad but has really bad morale bonuses, obviously. Sometimes we'll get critters like hatches, and some other goodies like seeds. Since my duplicants already have their basic living needs met, I decided to set up a little lab. Now, it's only recently that you can set up a dedicated room like this, and you'll actually get a big efficiency bonus for it being a laboratory. However, laboratories cannot have industrial machinery, and that manual generator right there is counted as industrial machinery. I wish I'd remembered this. I also don't have the furniture research done, so I don't have lights right now, and lighting gives you a bonus. Lighting is also required to make the room a laboratory, which, by the way, I completely forget about this sometimes, but yes, your duplicants are literally surviving in complete darkness the entire time. There are a few light sources, like the printing pod and that shine bug right next to it, but yeah, they live and work in darkness, just like dwarves. They are duplicants, and they're digging a hole. Once I get one of my duplicants to start running on the manual generator and creating power, I can start research. There is an insane amount of research, especially with Spaced Out. The first thing I will always prioritize, however, is getting batteries up and started. The thing about batteries is the 1 wide and 2 talls are extremely inefficient. They actually leak quite a bit of power and generate a bunch of heat because of that. You really want to get the larger battery set up as soon as possible so that you don't lose as much energy. It'll still produce a bit of heat, but it's more efficient, and obviously stores more power compared to the size. Besides initially spawning your duplicants, the printing pod is extremely important because every 2 cycles, normally it's 3, but they reduce it to 2 for this mod, you get a care package. You can choose from duplicants or an item. Now, generally the rolls are going to be pretty bad, and that's why I use the duplicant stat selector mod, so I can either make my own duplicants, in solo playthroughs at least, or re-roll them as much as I want, which you can't do normally. However, this herald interests me quite a bit because he has agriculture as his main stat, and more importantly, interest, but we'll get into skills and everything later on. Agriculture is nice because I will be doing at least a little bit of farming at some point, and that will let me branch into critter ranching eventually. Critter ranching is essential for Minibase. I went with the name Clone Joyce because that's another one of the Arc Y characters. Long story stuff, I might not explain all of it, especially because her outfit is not family friendly in game, but unfortunately none of the skills I have available will be useful to me because I'm not farming or ranching just yet. And well, I need one more perk before I can get started with critter ranching, and I'd need the research for it. Yeah, this game gets quite involved, let's just say that. But for the early game, I'll mostly be researching because there's a ton of stuff I need before I can really get started. Now that I've gotten more research done, specifically getting furniture, I can finally place the light to boost my researching speed by quite a bit, even though I had to fully encase that area to make it count as an actual room. It did take me a couple of minutes before I realized I had to move the manual generator outside to make it an actual laboratory, and while I was at it, I decided to add some airflow tiles so that oxygen can move throughout the base of it better, and most importantly, an oxygen diffuser. This uses up algae, which is all that green stuff around us, at 550 grams a second and gives us 500 grams of oxygen per second. And it does heat up the place by a little bit, but we have no other options for oxygen just yet, so this is going to sustain us for quite a while. I am going to have to start worrying about finding some sort of food source eventually because starting food is limited, but that's not insanely important just yet. There's been a slight time skip, but honestly, not much has changed. Yet again, a lot of early game, in normal auction not included, especially in here, is just researching everything. I added a supercomputer, but I can't use it yet because I don't have the skill to do so, and another pump on the upper water tank, which I would like to drain first so that I can use said upper area. But it's such a massive water tank, it's going to take me a while to use all of that, or even store all of it. I'm mostly just waiting for both research and time to pass so that my duplicants get the experience to actually learn skill points, so I can get hard digging to dig the tiles I can't currently and to research higher tier things. I also decided to set up a rock crusher. This is what lets you do some basic refining. I mean super basic. You can get like pure iron, pure copper, sand, and some other stuff like that, but the ratios are pretty terrible. A little bit after that, I finally got my first skill point on a base duplicant. Printer pod duplicants come with 1 skill point. The 3 starting duplicants have 0. The science attribute, which Yibby is our researcher, so she's all in on that, increases duplicants' XP gain, which obviously increases their leveling speed and is very important, especially for researchers. Setting up a coal generator was definitely not my best idea because it produces quite a bit of heat and carbon dioxide, not to mention the fact that coal is very limited. This would be a major issue in a normal mini base, but it's actually not that bad here, and you'll see why later. But coal is important. Long story short, don't use coal generators here. Manual generators are always better, especially because manual generators increase duplicants' athletics and machinery skills, which are both insanely important attributes, by the way. Athletics is their movement speed, which is kind of vital, and machinery is great in the late game when you're producing a ton of manufactured stuff. I love the fact that they added pause on printer ready into the vanilla game, because before you need a mod for that, so you don't waste any time on getting a new care package. Since I have the duplicant stat selector mod, I can reroll my care packages, and that's what I'm going to do for most of them. I'm going to print some decent resource or something like that to help me out here. This is mostly because you get just terrible prints most of the time. It's either seeds or critter eggs that you don't want, and I think this is a whole lot better. Sand, even though it doesn't sound useful, will be very good later on. Now that I have mess tables, I can finally build a mess hall. However, I realized I actually have the requirements to be able to make a great hall. As you saw, a mess hall only gives 3 morale, and all you need is literally just mess tables. But a great hall requires a recreation building and a great decor building, which in this case we can actually do that with a flower pot and a mirth leaf. So it's really cool that I can get this early on. The recreation building I'm using is a water cooler, and that little symbol beneath it means it's disabled. I intentionally disabled that building so that duplicants don't use it and waste my water. It doesn't require power or anything, it literally just dispenses water, which slightly increases morale, but, and especially in a mini base like this, it's not ever worth it. I heavily recommend just disabling the building, and it still counts as recreation, even though they can't use it. Another thing I should note, if you guys didn't know, in Oxygen Not Included, you'll generally have your main ladder structure that goes up and down through your entire base. And, well, this is it. I heavily recommend that you make it 3 tiles wide. You might be wondering why. That's mostly because of airflow. Airflow is obviously very important so that your entire colony has enough oxygen. 3 tiles is also nice so that you can add in fire poles and eventually transport tubes. This space won't be needing transport tubes because it's so small, and duplicants will have enough athletics to just run throughout the entire place super fast, but fire poles will be handy. The mini base comes equipped with 2 different geysers. The one on the left is polluted water. It's actually full of germs with polluted water, and the second one is random but useful. At least that's the generation I chose. Unfortunately, I got a hot steam vent. Let's just say that's not going to be useful for a very long time. Actually, that's one of the worst things I could have gotten. I would have taken like anything else, honestly. I had one of the runs where I was testing out this whole thing with a leaky oil fisher, which literally gives out like 333 grams of oil per second constantly, that would have just been awesome. But let's just say oil won't be a real issue in this playthrough. These two new buildings I placed down in the bottom right are automatic dispensers. Now, I never power them because you legitimately don't have to. The entire goal of these is they drop whatever you place inside of them. That's extremely useful when you're making something like an infinite storage. Well, a solid infinite storage at least. This just gives me a way to put a sweep command on all of the debris, because yes, with this amount of debris, it's very much negatively affecting the decor of my duplicants, which does partially affect their mood and morale. So I want to clean up the entire place, and if they're not doing anything too important, they'll slowly start sweeping everything up, putting it in these, and they'll drop it in the middle there. I've also got these pips that spawned from somewhere. I don't know if it's from the buried items or what, but they're here, and actually insanely useful. Pips, if you didn't know, are very annoying creatures to deal with, but they can be handy because they tend to pick up seeds and plant them somewhere else. Now, they do have specific planting logic. I believe they go from left to right, and they do either 1 tile, nothing, 1 tile, nothing, or 3 tiles of nothing, 3 tile, you get the point. They can only do it, I believe, in this floor pattern, where it has to be 4 blocks above the bottom of the plant, something like that. There's videos that explain it better. Long story short, pips are annoying to deal with, but they'll come in handy here because they're naturally planting some stuff. Naturally grown plants take 4 times as long as normal plants, and usually don't give as much product. However, you don't have to feed them any of their fertilizer. In this case, reed fiber takes polluted water, which I just don't even have available yet. There is that geyser, but it's not open. And they actually drink up a ton of polluted water, so pip planting is insanely convenient right here. Here's a great example of another pip plant. You see that blue plant up there? That's called a wheezewort. They basically take in gas and cool it by a little bit. They aren't insanely expensive to plant and maintain, but having it naturally planted is awesome because that provides us a bit of natural cooling. That also proves that this mod changes up buried objects quite a bit because wheezewort seeds do not drop in this biome normally. Those are normally in tundra and snowy biomes. So that's interesting, but that will be insanely handy for later, besides the cooling. You'll see when we get to it. I was also setting up a pump to start pumping up all of the liquid out of that giant tank of water into normal liquid tanks. It's going to cause a tiny bit of stress because the duplicants have to work underwater, which makes them chilly, makes them soaking wet. They can't breathe under there, obviously, but I'm going to need that space at some point. A while later, I finally got the critter ranching skill on Clone Joyce. I put the Dracos in a room and a shearing station down. Dracos are the other source of reed fiber, besides thimble reeds, which are the plants. I think I might have called them reed fiber earlier. I built a separate room for the piffs. This is so that they don't just plant plants wherever they feel like it. That's why pips are the most annoying critter in this game. They're the most useful for sure, but the most annoying at the same time. Since nothing too interesting was going on, I decided to quickly check out all of the teleporters. Inspecting stuff gives you pretty cool lore notes, and I've seen pretty much all of it already. Oxygen Not Included has some awesome story if you look it up. The teleporters let us get a slight preview of the second planetoid, and let's just say it's interesting to say the least. This second planetoid is full of oil, fossil, coal, all sorts of useful stuff, and lead, which is very useful. The main issue is it's extremely hot. We can't exactly send a duplicant there just yet. We're going to need Atmo suits for any mission over there. The other thing I found bizarre is the fact there are tropical Pacu living in the oil. I have never seen that, and I didn't even know that was possible. I thought they could only survive in water, but turns out I'm wrong. Yet again though, we won't be able to go there for a long time. Since I have the digging skill now, I redid my duplicant's bedroom so that it looks way better, and it's not just raw material now, it has actual tiles. And I'm building some background tiles Well, in this case, it's drywall, which heavily increases all of the decor. I'm doing all of this just to increase the decor a bit to improve my duplicant's mood. Not that they need it, since, yet again, these are all on the easiest difficulty, but hey, might as well. We're just doing research at this point. There's nothing else too interesting going on here. I also put all of the output from the bathroom, aka polluted water and polluted dirt, into this tiny room over here, and some deoxidizers to filter the polluted oxygen into normal oxygen. This takes up the previously acquired sand, that's why I was saying it's super useful, and creates some more fresh oxygen in the process. Now, a long time ago, I think before Spaced Out, polluted oxygen literally didn't matter. Unless it had like germs in it, you could just have it everywhere, duplicants can breathe in, you'd be fine. But after Spaced Out, it actually gives duplicants a debuff if they breathe it in, where it requires them to breathe in more oxygen. Duplicants, by default, take in 100 grams of oxygen per second. This can be changed if they have a good trait or a bad trait, so more or less. And then, of course, yucky lungs from polluted oxygen. Another interesting thing I did at the bottom of my base is move the food storage there. It's actually covered by carbon dioxide, which is important because that's a sterile environment. Oxygen is not. And a sterile environment slightly slows down the decay of food. Some food, especially stuff you get early game and from mining out blocks, does not decay, but once you start getting like plant food and critter meat, yeah, that will decay. I could technically build a refrigerator, but I'm kind of lazy and don't really have a need to, since duplicants prioritize food that's going bad first. Decaying a bit slower in a carbon dioxide atmosphere is definitely worth it if you can set that up early game. It's even better, obviously, if you can put a refrigerator in there instead. One of my favorite parts of Oxygen Not Included is the variety of methods you can use to deal with certain things. Carbon dioxide is a great example. I could be using oxyferns, which I won't because they're way too expensive to maintain, but there is one naturally planted by my polluted storage. There's the algae terrarium, which produces polluted water, same thing with the carbon scrubber, but for now I'll just be storing it in a giant gas tank, especially since these were buffed a while ago from 150 kilograms to 1,000, which is 1 ton. It's one of the best changes they ever made, because old gas tanks were just garbage. Later on, I'll get an actual solution to my carbon dioxide problem, but for now, this is also so that I can use it in carbon dioxide rockets a little bit later on. After a bit more research is completed, I finally have access to farm tiles, specifically the hydroponic ones. These are awesome because they let you grow even more food, and way easier instead of having your duplicants manually transport water to it, or whatever other liquid some plants take. This entire time, I've been surviving mostly on muck fruit and other stuff I've been digging up, and also meat from critters, but I am going to need a permanent renewable food solution. For now, that's going to be bristle blossoms. They take water and light to grow. Conveniently, I have plenty of water for now, and I got the research for lighting a while ago, which is super nice. What's interesting is that there can be a slight downside to growing these because they produce floral scent germs. They aren't actually harmful unless you have a duplicant that has allergies to them, so you just have to be wary of that. Thankfully, none of my duplicants have the bad allergies trait, which honestly, that has to be awesome right there. I have a ton of allergies in real life, and I can't imagine what people that don't have allergies live like. That's gotta be so cool. As usual, I've been doing a ton of excavating throughout the base, and it's finally time to dig up that polluted water vent, which also means I had to kill off all the Pacu in there. Probably not my best idea. I really should have saved them for a bit longer, because even though it'd be slow, they would have been a good source of food to keep around. But that doesn't matter anymore. I now have a polluted water vent, which is unfortunately filled with food poisoning. It's actually not that bad. You just have to keep this water from, first of all, touching your duplicants, and second of all, going into any food production. It's literally harmless otherwise, but yeah, I just gotta worry about that. Remember a while back when I said that Pip planting this Wheezewort seed was awesome? Well, that's because I really need the crazy amount of radiation it produces. I need to collect this radiation using rad bolt generators. Rad bolt generators create, well, rad bolts, which you can use for all sorts of things in the Spaced Out DLC, but most importantly of all, research. And it takes an insane amount of rad bolts to do all the research. So it's pretty important to say the least. It's also nice because I don't need to feed it phosphorite to grow it. It's just growing all the time. I can't even really tell the cooling effect because of how much heat I'm producing in general, but that's not even what I like it for. Yet again, it's all about that juicy radiation. I've been working on a bunch of stuff over the past few cycles. I sealed in, mostly, the polluted water vent so that polluted oxygen doesn't go everywhere. I set up a ton of tanks to collect all the polluted water that is created, and I was actually planning to go out into space for a little bit. You can kind of see some infrastructure that I've set up for that. The only issue is I don't have everything I need right now, and I want to set up some actual refining infrastructure. So I'm going to do that before I get serious about space or anything else. I built everything, but I got sidetracked by some of the decorations you can do. I don't usually care much for decorations, and I'm not crazy about it in this game, but I have to admit some of them are pretty cool, like this LED printing pod. That's a neat makeover for it. You can probably see my modifications to the base though. That giant new tank of water and a kiln underneath it. This is some basic setup I need for my next refining adventure. Since my space is incredibly limited, I've only built a glass forge for now, besides the kiln at the bottom. I'm talking about heavy machinery here. And by heavy, I mean it uses 1.2 kilowatts a second of operation. And it takes about 40 seconds to produce glass. It takes 100 kilograms of sand to make just 25 glass. Thankfully, the time can actually be sped up a bit by the duplicant's machinery skill, which is being trained when all the duplicants are running on wheels, or using machines. This all means that it's going to take me a while to get enough glass for what I want, but at least I have a start on it. My main goal with making glass is to make solar panels, which should be obvious why, because my main issue currently is lack of good power options. Solar isn't perfect, but there will be some shenanigans that'll make it far more better than usual here. The Spaced Out DLC for this game gives you a ton of options to get into space way earlier than normal. The main way you do that is through these oxygen masks. All of this stuff can be created with basic metal ore. You don't even have to do refining or anything like that. These oxygen masks gives duplicants some extra oxygen so they can be out in space for a little bit. The only downside is that they still breathe out carbon dioxide. So if you're working in a vacuum room, they will create carbon dioxide inside of it. I learned this the hard way. Once Giselle finally completed their other task and started excavating the abyssalite, I got the surface breach alert. Now, this isn't exactly the surface, it's more of the side, but it's still the same feeling. I breached into space, and this is where the game truly begins. Especially because, Spaced Out DLC. My first goal in space is going to be to bridge out and break the abyssalite at the top. This is important so I can start harvesting all of the regolith, and best of all, uranium at the top of the map. I decided it was time for another duplicant, preferably a machinist, and I rolled a really good one with 7 machinery and electrical engineering already learned. This is awesome because now they don't need more morale for that skill, and I can build heavier electrical equipment. Not that I really need to right now, but welcome Lottie to the team. One pretty crucial thing I forgot to mention is how the duplicants are actually getting out here. That tiny half door is from the Airtight Doors mod. These are insanely convenient and something I honestly think should be in the base game, even though they are a bit cheaty compared to the base game, because normally you'd have to make what's called a liquid lock, and I will show examples of that way later on. But their main issue, especially in the early game, is that when duplicants run through them, they get soggy feet, which is a debuff that gives them a lot of stress. The other upside to the Airtight Door mod is that you can make them out of metal ores and some refined metals like steel and thermium. so they can be used in all sorts of different situations. They do require a bit of power, but since they open and close so fast, it's pretty cheap to keep them running. It's absolutely worth it, and a mod I think everyone should be using. The only real disadvantage to them, I would say, is that when you deconstruct them, it leaves a vacuum and no gas or liquid can pass it, because that's how they're programmed. But when you save and quit, that vacuum gets fixed. So it is a tiny bug, but it kind of makes sense why it happens. I eventually set up a whole metal refinery, and since this is only a 2 kilowatt wire, I can only have one of these machines running at a time or else it'll overload the wire. That would be bad. I don't want to waste precious metal on repairing the wire. But I'm going to need a whole lot more iron and glass to finish up what I'm making. Trust me, I'm getting close to it, and it's going to be pretty interesting. You're probably wondering what all these ingredients are going to lead to. Well, that is going to be a solar panel setup, and a very particular one at that. So, the normal solar panels are 5 wide and 3 tall. They can generate up to 380 watts. These solar panels have the exact same cost, but only generate 60 watts. However, they're only 3 wide and can be stacked on a rocket. You see where I'm going with this? The only real downside is that the sun decreases as it goes down through all the solar panels, so you won't get 60 for all of them, but this is still insanely useful because this gives me a free power generation option. Plus, this planet has 80,000 lux, which is really bright, so I should be able to sustain a ton of solar panels with this. The main issue is, of course, just getting all the glass I need, because that takes a whole lot of duplicant power. It will be worth it in the end, though. On top of that all, I added a telescope so one of my duplicants, well, my main researcher Yibi, can start discovering the star map. It's also nice that the solar panels take up some of the sun so that she doesn't get sunburn from too much sun exposure, but at the same time getting the lit workplace bonus, which is pretty awesome. I may have also placed it in the slightly wrong spot. It needs to be 1 over for max efficiency, but oh well, it's still working very well. The solar tower is slowly growing, and it is generating quite a bit of power. I still need to supplement it with my duplicant's power, but this is amazing because now I can do so much more than before. Since my industrial setup consumes way too much power, its current use is actually going to be charging these eco power banks. These are part of the Bionic Booster Pack, and they're actually made with 200 kilograms of abyssalite, oddly enough. I do like it because it gives abyssalite another use besides just insulation. Just like all the other power banks, they hold 120 kilojoules, which is 120 kilowatts. It's a 1-to-1 ratio just for simplicity. And they take 300 seconds to charge, so you can get 2 of these charged in a cycle. They also do require the electrical engineering skill to craft, or the ability to use a soldering station, but conveniently I already have that. Eventually I'll be able to use these power banks to supplement other parts of my power grid, but yet again, it's gonna take a while before all of that works out. Since I'm in the space groove, I might as well start working on an actual rocket. Well, a very basic research rocket. I don't have any plans to go anywhere else right now, and I'm really going to need the space research if I want to get anything started in this run. I also noticed that there was some pressure damage in my water tank. This is very concerning because I didn't know how it happened at first. After a while of thinking, I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the molten glass interacting with the water, maybe creating steam and creating that pressure damage. It's hard to tell the exact cause, but my eventual fix was just an airflow tile there, so that the liquid glass gets put on top of the airflow tile and can't interact with the solid block. Here's one of the biggest issues with Minibase and my limited resources and potential. This is the transitional period where I'm trying to get basic industry up into some more advanced industry, and I'm having a lot of issues here, specifically heat-related ones. I need to get a thermal aqua tuner made of steel so I can get some real cooling going on here. You can technically make it out of gold amalgam, but the temperatures are really difficult to work with. It's just best to get a steel thermal aqua tuner as soon as possible. The only issue is steel creates an insane amount of heat when you refine it, so your water will likely boil. That's the problem that's happening here. Everything's overheating, there's damage, my duplicants are getting stressed. It's just a giant mess. Thankfully, it's only going to be painful for a little bit. Once I have the 1,200 steel I need, everything will be fine. If I just kept all of this water sitting around, it would heat up the place a whole bunch. That's why all of it is in that insulated box. My solution to part of this problem is actually putting the water in water tanks outside in space. Now, this is an interesting solution. This is because the vacuums and oxygen not included have absolutely zero thermal conductivity, and space has no thermal conductivity either. It's not like negative temperatures like in real life. That's just so you can't abuse cold temperatures like that. What I'm trying to say here is I'm storing all this water out in space using mesh tiles so that, because the water tank, I believe it's the bottom left tile it's on, the left tile underneath it is what it interacts with for heat conductivity. You know, if the liquid in the tank is super hot, it'll conduct heat with that bottom left tile. It's kind of hard to explain. Long story short, I'm putting them all out in space so that they don't conduct heat and I can keep all of that super hot water out in space and not heating up my precious base. It should also be noted that I'm using the transfer port mod, I think for the first time in this run. This lets you build pretty much teleporters for any resource. These are awesome because they save a ton of time and resources building usually expensive pipes, and can save quite a bit of lag with less liquid calculations. And you can see here, I'm literally just teleporting it right from the output right into space. There won't be any crazy spaghetti liquid pipes, at least for a little bit in this run. I'll show this setup a whole lot more later on because I'm going to have to build a ton of thermal aqua tuners, but this is my basic cooling loop setup. It uses a liquid pipe thermosensor to detect the temperature of the liquid inside of the pipe, and then, if it needs to be cooled, it goes into the thermal aqua tuner. If not, it skips the thermal aqua tuner and goes back into the loop. This is an amazing design, and it is absolutely essential if you're going to play this game. It's extremely easy and simple to set up, which is the best part. It just takes a bit for my duplicants to build all the pipes. And the other major problem, which I've been facing throughout the entire run, is, of course, power generation. The Thermal Aqua Tuner also takes 1.2 kilowatts of power to run, same as the metal refinery and the glass forge. So I'm going to need a bunch of duplicants working on it to keep it running. The upside is that once this loop is all complete, I have a cooling loop for my base and I don't have to worry about a heat death anymore, which is very nice. I'm also going to set up some radiant liquid pipes inside of that steam room because that's going to be my heat loop, aka superheated liquid that comes out of the metal refinery, and it's going to relatively cool it off, which allows me to keep reusing the metal refinery for as long as I want. But that's still not going to be for a while. The main reason I can't move my metal refinery over to that steam room just yet is because I don't have good enough coolant. You see, the main issue with water, and even polluted water, is the fact that it vaporizes over 210 degrees. So yeah, they're not optimal, considering everything in there is going to be steam over 210 degrees. So, to solve this, I built an Atmos suit, which you can see in the top left next to the teleporter. There's also a checkpoint there, so only duplicants in an Atmos suit can pass it. You might be able to see what I'm planning already. I am going to be sending a duplicant over to the second planet when I'm ready, because they need to start collecting me some precious crude oil. Crude oil vaporizes at over 750 degrees, and it actually changes into petroleum at that rate, which makes it even better as a coolant, because petroleum vaporizes at a further 1000 degrees. Petroleum is also important because we need to make plastic so we can eventually get our space research done. Yes, I know I talked about the rocket earlier, but I'm still not able to use it. Literally all of my progression is currently hindered by said crude oil and plastic. After their cycle, downtime, and bedtime finished, it's time to send Yibi over to the second planet to see what's there and extract some oil for me. Now, the second planet is far more interesting than I initially thought. This is for quite a few reasons. It's awesome, because like I said earlier, we have plenty of lead. But one thing I didn't know about, and I didn't learn for quite a while, is this planet has no raw metal ore. You might wonder what the problem is if I have refined metal, aka lead. Well, you actually need raw metal to build a pump. I would love to just run a power line and pump all of the oil out of this place, but no, I literally do not have the raw metal to do so. The craziest part? I can't even build like shipping rails and import iron over here, because shipping rails, guess what, cost raw metal. The even crazier part is the fact I don't have raw mineral just yet, which means I can barely make a few ladders from some fossil that's lying around. This place is very interesting to say the least. The whole reason I sent my researcher, Yibi, here is because they can activate the teleporters, which is pretty essential to getting oil back to the main planet. This also took a ton of improvising due to my limited resources. The plan I made in the end was to use a pitcher pump with the tiny amount of fossil that I had lying around. I used lead to make the metal tiles as my base, and the bottle drainers to put oil into a radiant liquid pipe. Yet again, this is literally all I can afford to make here. This is extremely scuffed, but as a wise man once said, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. More importantly, this gives me some starting oil so that I can actually get more progression done around here. Even though this side is set up, the duplicates back on the main planet still have to set up their side, which is just some insulated liquid pipes and liquid tanks. Even though this gives me the ability to get a little bit of crude oil over, unfortunately, Yibi is going to get a ton of stress due to this. Unfortunately, they don't have a bathroom to go to, so they're gonna get that debuff, and then soiled suit, which is way more stress, as well as sore back, which only decreases athletics by like 1, and duplicates get it if they don't have their own bed to sleep in. So there is a bit of suffering, but it'll be worth it in the end. I created this little insulated room, which now that I think about it, didn't really matter that it's insulated because the door is still going to transfer heat and it's going to get a little bit toasty in there. But this is an oil refinery. It's pretty obvious what it does. It takes 10 kilograms of oil and produces 5 kilograms of petroleum, but also some natural gas, which is very useful for power. There are far more efficient ways to make petroleum later on, but this is all we can do for now. Thankfully, I was able to get 1.2 tons of crude oil, which will let me get quite a bit of petroleum. In turn, that'll let me make some plastic, so I can, yet again, get some more stuff started. The only other downside to doing it in a room like this is that duplicates get stressed because they have to hold their breath and their eyes get irritated from the natural gas. So definitely not the best way to do it. I probably should have given them like oxygen masks or something, but I don't want the natural gas just going all around my base. I want it to contain it. Now that I can make petroleum, I can also make plastic. The only downside is that the plastic press, even though it only takes 240 watts, it produces an insane amount of heat. Also some steam and carbon dioxide. You can vent the carbon dioxide easily because it outputs it to a gas pipe, but the steam, you'll just kind of have to deal with that. Plastic unlocks an insane amount of new buildings and potential. Eventually, I'll be able to make a steam turbine so I could do some actual heat deletion and cool down my base further, but before that, I'll be using it to make databanks in my rocket, which I have still yet to finish. Everything I'm doing is working up to that point. There are also tons of things I've been doing in the background. This is a good example. I'm cleaning up my base quite a bit. I'm putting drywall so the duplicates have better morale, and I'm sweeping up all of the debris so that it doesn't just make the decor negative in most spots. Wood is one of the best decor blocks in the game, so that's super helpful, especially considering it's completely and infinitely renewable thanks to it just growing on the trees that were naturally planted by pips. I could have easily set up a better bathroom way later on, but I've had so much else to do. Now that I have the time, I'm finally going to do it. This is my standard bathroom setup. It does require sand, but thankfully I have a rock crusher. I can just crush all the sedimentary rock and sandstone I have lying around. This system basically refines the water that is outputted from the toilets and sinks and, well, loops it back into the system as fresh water. It doesn't matter how many germs are in the water, that's just how, the sinks and toilets are programmed, making this an amazing system and infinitely viable. The only thing you have to worry about is cleaning out the output tank every so often because it does technically fill up over time. And things can get very messy if it gets clogged up, so I always have to be careful and keep an eye on this system. I could technically fully automate it right now with a thimble reed because the thimble reed will drink up enough water over time, but I kind of forgot to do that. Like I said earlier, the other thing I can do with petroleum is use it as a coolant in my metal refinery. Here's my cooling loop, and one very helpful tip from me. If you have liquid setups like this where you're dealing with extremely hot liquids, you want to use liquid bridges as much as physically possible, because the liquid bridge skips one tile, so that saves you a bunch of material and transport time. Now, I can't really fit too many liquid bridges here, but I can get one easily without affecting the heat transfer of everything, because that is the only thing you have to worry about. You don't want a liquid bridge half in your steam room and half poking out, because then it'll transfer the insane heat of your steam room out into your cool living area. Trust me, I've done that way more times than I should have. I'm also replacing everything here with heavy watt wire. Heavy watt wire has really bad decor, because obviously, but it's necessary now that I'm going to be setting up all these different machines and potentially using some at the same time. Now that I have real space access, I actually have to worry about meteor showers and regolith, but more importantly, the meteors. You see, if you haven't played Oxygen Not Included before, then you probably don't know the absolute pain of a meteor coming down in a perfect line and breaking every single one of your ladders. It is like the worst experience ever. I don't have the steel to make bunker doors for now. One meteor did actually come in, which was way too close for comfort, but thankfully there was no real damage, and I could get all the doors finished building in time. I don't have the steel to make the bunker doors just yet. That's part of what I'm working on, but these mechanical airlocks will do for now. One thing I forgot to mention about the teleporter to the second planet is that both of them actually have a 5-cycle cooldown, so you can't just keep teleporting duplicates back and forth. You have to wait a bit. This time I sent Giselle over because they are my excavator, which means I can start hauling more of this planet out, so they'll do that and send some crude oil back. I've been working on clearing out a decent sized room. This is for what'll be a major part of this run. This is going to be my puffed ranch. Now, I've never actually ranched puffs before, believe it or not. But they are useful for a ton of different things. They'll consume all the polluted water that I've been creating. They'll create food, and of course the slime they produce. These are all very useful features. You might be wondering, how am I going to get polluted oxygen to feed them? Well, I'm going to get that by off-gassing polluted water. So if the atmosphere allows it, I think it's under 2,000 grams or something like that, polluted water in any form will off-gas and produce polluted oxygen. Normally this is annoying because our duplicates can get the yucky lungs debuff, but right here I actually want it because puffs actually consume polluted oxygen and produce slime as a byproduct. All critters' byproducts are only a portion of what they consume. I believe puffs, it is 30 kilograms of polluted oxygen, maybe 20% of that in slime per cycle. I don't exactly remember. And to get our polluted oxygen, I'm going to be storing all the polluted water in liquid reservoirs. I usually say liquid tanks because that's easier to pronounce for me. I don't know why I have such a hard time saying reservoir. Anyways, when you destroy them, the contents of liquid tanks will just drop as an item. So in this case, a giant bottle of 5 tons of polluted water, which will off-gas over time. And yeah, that's gonna be my polluted water source. Now, unfortunately, my rancher will get yucky lungs every time they have to go and groom the critters, but it's just part of the job, I guess. Since the main reason I made this ranch was to get slime from the puffs, I added some auto sweepers so that it automatically takes the slime out, so that the slime then can't off-gas into more polluted oxygen, because that would just be wasting it. But the split second before the slime actually gets picked up, it still has a chance to off-gas. My solution to that is going to be overpressurizing this place like crazy. And how I'm going to do that is with some water. Basically, if there's a liquid with some sort of solid item that can off-gas, like this, and it has to be in item form, like these bottles. But if there's just a tiny amount of liquid, the game does some weird stuff where it thinks there's enough atmosphere to still off-gas and it's not overpressure, and you can actually off-gas anything infinitely. The same thing actually works with gas vents, so it's super easy to make infinite gas storages. Originally, I was just going to give these puffs this tiny amount of space, but apparently they take up like 16 tiles per critter or something like that, so you can only have 6 in a 96, which is the max size for a stable, room. I did not know this at first, so I'm clearing out the area to the right to give them more room so that I can have, well, more of them. I did this neat little trick with a tiny blob of water, just like the polluted water off-gassing setup to separate the high-pressure polluted oxygen from the normal oxygen side. Also because I thought puffs couldn't go through liquid like that, but apparently they can. So sometimes they will just go into the oxygen side. It's annoying. I wish that didn't happen. It's also an issue because puffs create a bunch of lag because of their pathfinding. Since they're flying creatures, they take up a ton of resources to calculate the ability they can fly, well, just about anywhere, especially if they're in an open area. You'll probably see that later on. So I really wish there was a way to keep puffs in a more confined space without having the confined debuff, but oh well. When I started setting up the puff farm, I was talking a lot about their slime byproduct. You might be wondering why that's important. Well, this specific care package that I got should explain all of that. I've been wanting to get a bionic duplicant for quite a while now, but they have different requirements to maintain from normal duplicants, and this Stela looks pretty interesting. Now, the suit training booster isn't actually useful yet because I don't have everyone in ammo suits, but she has the negative traits that I prefer the most. Less husbandry and less medicine. I think those are like the best out of all the bad traits. All the other ones are actually really bad and you don't want them. So I will gladly take this Stela, and I'll name her Hermes. Since I'm guessing a lot of you have not played with the Bionic Booster Pack, there's a ton to explain. I'll start here. Normal duplicants, they require oxygen, food, bathrooms, and a bedroom. Bionic duplicants also require oxygen, but they actually don't produce carbon dioxide, which I didn't know until way later on, but that is really cool. Bionic duplicants, as their name might suggest, require power and lubricant to keep their internal gears and everything going. They also require a bathroom, but they need special equipment in that bathroom. And this is why I heavily recommend that you do not ever start with bionic duplicants. You should really wait until you have all of the research for all of their infrastructure done first, because if not, things can get really messy. They will clog up the normal bathrooms if they use them, which you will get an example of later on, trust me. Besides special bathrooms, the power is relatively easy. They spawn with a bunch of power banks and one thing of gear balm, which is like a top up of their lubricant for free. But to make their starting power banks, you can actually use metal ore. Now this is an issue, especially on this map where our resources are limited, but that's why earlier when I was talking about the solar panels and the rechargeable batteries, well yeah, this is another use for it, and probably the most important use of the rechargeable batteries. Okay, but back to the slime. The slime is what I'll be using as the lubricant, as you can make Fido oil out of it. The other lubricant options are crude oil, which isn't viable right now, considering the crude oil that comes from the other planet is like 60 degrees or something like that. Yeah, it's way too hot to just casually have in our base. The other option is an early game one where you can recycle the gunk at an apothecary to make more gear balm. It also takes up some water to clean up said gunk and produces 200 kilograms of polluted water. Another fun fact is that the polluted water will always be like 80 degrees, even if the gunk is way colder. I know this from my Frosty Planet pack experience, which, yeah, that's the worst place to use bionic duplicants, especially in the beginning of the game. Alright, I'm sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. The slime can be used to make phyto oil, and that's going to be our main lubricant, at least for now. Later on, we will have access to better crude oil for other bionic duplicants, but phyto oil is our best option. And that is literally the first and main reason I actually set up the puffed ranching. One final important note about bionic duplicants is the fact you should build a canister filler to give them oxygen refills. Now, they do breathe in the same amount of oxygen as normal duplicants. The main issue is they actually have oxygen tanks inside of them, so they don't have to breathe in constantly. They'll consume all of their oxygen at once, either in downtime or if they need it in an emergency. The issue with this is they act like vacuum pumps. They consume an insane amount of oxygen from the environment around them, which temporarily starves that area of oxygen, which is an issue for my normal duplicants. To fix this, you just use a canister filler and set it to the maximum, which is 200 kilograms per canister, and in their downtime, they'll just consume all of that oxygen. It's also at this time that I realized the second planet doesn't even have the materials to make the rails to shift stuff there. I still thought that was insanely annoying, but kind of funny once I realized the problem. So, just like normal duplicants, you should always prioritize building a bathroom for bionic duplicants, because I may have forgotten to, and you'll see the exact issue with bionic duplicants if you don't have their correct stations. They literally clog up your normal duplicants' bathrooms with their byproduct of gunk. Yes, they don't produce polluted water like normal duplicants, it's a special byproduct called gunk. I didn't mean to demonstrate this, but hey, at least I have an example now. A duplicant has to clean out that bathroom, and considering I have a special plumbing setup, I have to clean up my own plumbing too. So that's just a whole mess. Also, unlike polluted water, gunk doesn't have many uses, but you can actually boil it into petroleum. It creates sulfur as well once you boil it at that, I think it's over 800 degrees, and the issue with that is the sulfur vaporizes as well. So if you build a gunk boiler, I have one in another world, but it's kind of bugged because I'm not using the same mods. But yeah, you need some sort of sulfur exit. Thankfully, I built the petroleum boiler in that world in space, so I literally just put an airflow tile and boom, all of the sulfur gas just vents right into space. The bionic duplicant stations are the gunk extractor, which is their toilet, and the lubrication station, which is what they need to, well, fill up with lubricant again. You should also always put a sink, because the gunk extractor does give them food poisoning germs, and in their recent major quality of life update, they actually added it so that bionic duplicants can get diseases. Now, this version is still U54, which is right before that update, but yeah, always get a sink, because they also spread food poisoning germs everywhere after they use the bathroom. So yeah, sync up. Now that I have pretty much everything up and stable, at least for now, it's time to finally get to that rocket I built oh so long ago. This rocket has a few particular things about it. I'm using one of my favorite mods called Rocketry Expanded, which I cannot play the game without because it's just so good of a mod. Unfortunately, it only works with the Spaced Out DLC, but it improves it so much. This is the expanded solo Spacefarer module. It gives a tiny bit more space than the base game one. Rockets in the base game and Spaced Out DLCs work completely differently, and they have their benefits and downsides. In the base game, you can literally just put a duplicant inside of a rocket module and they're there, just in stasis. They can actually be in there forever. You don't even have to take them out. Unless you're like, moving the rocket or something like that. In Spaced Out, you have way more control of the rockets, including the ability to completely customize the inside. Well, actually you have to for every duplicant. This gives you the ability to do so much more cool stuff, and this is how you do, well, pretty much everything in Spaced Out, from moving and colonizing new planets, or exploring space and mining resources. I'm currently trying to figure out a loadout for the interior of my rocket. This first rocket's goal is an exploration rocket, to explore and uncover more of the star map, besides what the telescope on my current planet can do, which it's not far. I think it only goes like 3, 4, or 5 tiles out or something like that. You don't get much range. So you absolutely need rockets if you want to explore further out. The main issue with this is that you have to balance everything. You need a telescope for exploration, at least on the inside for early rockets, but you also need everything else that duplicants need to survive. And if you've noticed what's missing, well, congratulations, because I didn't. Yeah, the pilot in here is not going to have a bathroom. There's going to be some messes and quite a bit of stress, but yep, it's just unfortunate. The first rocket I'm making, yet again, is a simple carbon dioxide rocket. This uses carbon dioxide gas as its main propellant, and normally you can only have the engine as storage, but Rocketry Expanded actually adds a carbon dioxide fuel tank, which is super neat. This gives it a tiny bit extra range, which will let me explore even more of the star map. The rocket also has a solar panel and a small battery, which I think the small batteries are also from Rocketry Expanded, because it's the 2 tall batteries that are in the base game. I don't remember the small batteries being in the base game, but there's also a discharger, or a small discharger, I guess, which creates 60 watts a second, and I'll be using the rechargeable batteries in there as a secondary power option. Now that I've finished up all of my preparations, I can finally launch my first rocket into space. This is always a historic moment for a colony, because it is easier to get rockets into space and Spaced Out. It's still extremely important, because that's when the game truly begins. You also get a cool little achievement for it called Space Race. I had some issues actually launching the rocket, and that's because, well, I forgot to give Yibi the piloting skill. I'm so used to AI-controlled rockets at this point, I forget that you actually need to give duplicants the skill. And since the skill goes right into atmosuits, I'm used to all duplicants having it by default. And yeah, here's when I realized I forgot to put the bathroom in. That made a mess alert. Unfortunately, I haven't had much luck in my star map yet, because I'm just finding useless POIs that just give some lore about the game, which honestly, the game's lore and story is insanely cool. But yeah, all of those rockets are practically useless. For now, at least. They would be completely useless in the base game, but Rocketry Expanded will give them a tiny bit of usefulness later on. When I have the time, I've been sending a duplicant to the second planet. I've actually been sending Hermes for the past few trips, and the main reason for that is since bionic duplicants have way larger oxygen capacities than normal ones. You might have noticed that in the schedule, where they only need downtime once every 3 cycles, and technically they don't even need much downtime. And if we're being super specific, they don't even need a bedtime. Bionic duplicants don't actually sleep. They kind of go into like a meditating state called defragmentation. And every 90 seconds, I believe, they create a microchip. Before bionic duplicants, microchips were used to increase power output on certain power buildings, but now they can also be used to make boosters, which is the other major part of, the bionic booster pack. Bionic duplicants don't level up skills like normal duplicants do. Instead, they actually have to use boosters to increase their skill levels. So when I printed Hermes with her suit training booster, well, she gets a boost to atmosuit skills, which is some athletics, and the atmosuits don't break as quickly. But obviously there's a booster for everything else, and microchips are used to make different types and better boosters later on. Yibi has also been super busy inside my rocket, and as you can see to the left, I've discovered 3 new POIs. The resources aren't very good from any of them, not like I have the ability to collect resources from them just yet, but it's always good to discover them at least. You might have also seen what I've been working on a little bit earlier. My next major goal is to start clearing out this lava biome. That started with vacuuming out a small area to put some insulated tiles for later on. Normally this entire biome should still be lava or magma, but it actually solidified because of the tiny amount of heat it actually conducts with the abyssalite. Abyssalite has almost no thermal conductivity, but it still technically can have a tiny amount. And obviously I need to dig all of this out inside of a vacuum so that there's no gas or liquid that could, completely scald my duplicants. Working with extremely hot materials like this is very risky, but thanks to this loadout, it's actually quite simple. Especially considering I don't have to worry about the bottom layer, considering that's just neutronium. But this is going to take me a while to completely hollow out, so that's what I'll be doing in the meantime. Now you're probably wondering, what am I going to do with all these extremely hot, by that I mean 2500 degree, resources that I just mined out? Well, I'm going to throw them all in a steam room and cool them down. Once they're under 250 degrees, or 260, they're going to be exported back into my base, but it'll go onto a metal tile that the cooling loop runs through, so that over time they will cool down to a far more usable temperature. All this is going to take a while to build though. Even though I have the basic shipping research done, I'm still going to need a few more things before I can fully make my automated setup. You see, since I removed my old lab area, I built a new one. Do you guys see the problem? Yeah, I accidentally dug up the Wheezewort. That is like the worst thing I could have done in this entire run. A free Wheezewort gone like that. I don't have any phosphorus to make a new one right now. That means I can't do material research, which is a very critical research. So even though I get a new room for a lab, I can't do one of my most important researches. Easily, at least. There is another option for rad bolts, but it's nowhere near as good as the Wheezewort. And it's going to be way more expensive because now I have to run even more rad bolt generators. Even though I could ranch Dracos and get some phosphorite from them, I decided to go with the other option. That is getting rad bolts from space. Unfortunately, the background radiation here isn't very high, which means I'll get nowhere near as many rad bolts from space, even though I'm using 2 generators now, compared to the Wheezewort. This basically just means it's going to take me way longer to get all of my research done, which is one of the most painful parts of early game. Like, literally, that is a good portion of all I'm doing in this run. Research usually takes up most of your early game, but you'd also have excavation in normal planets. Since we don't have much more to excavate here, yeah, all of my resources are now going towards research. Since I've been producing a decent amount of plastic, I decided to upgrade all of my ladders to plastic ladders instead. This gives my duplicants a 20% movement speed boost when they use said ladders, which is very nice. It has the same -5 decor for one tile as normal ladders, unless you're using like granite or sandstone or something, but again, that movement speed is all we truly care about, and that's going to be extremely helpful. Movement speed is the same reason a good portion of my base is made out of wooden tiles. First of all, because of all these arbor trees I have planted around, and since they're naturally planted, they'll produce an infinite amount of wood, and I don't have to feed anything to grow them. It just takes a long time per each harvest. Not to mention the fact wood has a crazy decor bonus around it, so it is always worth it to use wooden tiles. Well, if you have the Frosty Planet pack installed. Currently, most of my power comes from solar panels and a tiny bit from duplicants on the manual generators. Even though I don't produce much natural gas, I believe it's only 90 grams per 10 kilograms of crude oil. The oil refinery does overpressurize at 5 kilograms, and I could use the extra power. So I'm going to use some of that natural gas in these natural gas generators. I built them out of steel and put them in space, so I don't have to deal with the hot carbon dioxide or polluted water they produce. This will be a great supplement to my current power generation and will let me run some extra machines if I have to. I'm finally getting to collecting orbital data, which you need to do in a rocket, out in space. Conveniently enough, you can do this just one tile above your planet, or in orbit, which makes quite a bit of sense. I had to reconfigure my rocket quite a bit for this, especially including an actual bathroom this time, as that's kind of important. And to bring the materials I needed in, I placed down some containers, filled them up with the materials, like food and plastic, and then deconstructed them. And I'm just going to keep Yibby up here for a while, and she's going to be creating tons of databanks to be used in research later on. Here's the funniest thing though. I put it in a whole new bathroom for this rocket, right? I may have completely forgotten to fill it with water. So that is unlucky. These first rocket ventures are not going that well for Yibby. I will fix this in the future, and rocket life will get better for the duplicants later on. On the upside though, at least Yibby has some carpeted tiles to reduce stress. And that is a perfectly cursed pause moment. I love that image. A while back, I made this extra room for the puff farm. This holds all of the excess eggs that are created, and has a little airflow tile so that they can also consume some of the oxygen. In the end though, I don't think this is worth it because when they're super crammed like that, they lose a lot of mood, and thus they don't produce as much materials. So I'm kind of just wasting precious polluted oxygen by doing this. But I have to do something with the eggs. I would rather have the eggs hatch so that I can get the meat from the puffs, instead of just like raw egg by cracking them. I'm not really sure when or why this happened, but there seems to have been a massive explosion of polluted oxygen, which is a minor problem because that's getting into my only gas line, which is fueling the precious Atmos suit dock whenever I send a duplicant over to the second planet. I have a feeling it's something to do with the airtight doors. Maybe if the pressure really is way too high, I legitimately don't know. The only solution to this is throwing deodorizers absolutely everywhere to clean up the oxygen. I also tend to disable auto repair on Atmos suit docks in case something like this happens, because Atmos suit docks will only accept pure oxygen. If there's any other element, it'll actually damage and eventually break them. And duplicants will use a ton of expensive materials when they're trying to repair stuff. In general, I turn repair off on things I know can get broken so that they don't get fixed. Because, again, at the end of the day, it's just a waste of resources. You can literally just deconstruct it and rebuild it, and it's the same repair price. A bit later, Yibby finished collecting orbital data. I believe it's 5 kilograms for one databank, and one databank is 1 point in the research. In total, I collected, I think, like 222 databanks, which is not that much considering how much orbital research actually takes, but that will let me research a little bit more stuff for now. I'll have to mass produce way more databanks for more research later on, but I have to start somewhere at least. Those databanks let me finish up the research I needed, and that is on solid filtering. There's some insanely important stuff I get from that. Most importantly is the conveyor rail thermo sensor. You know, it detects the temperature of the thing on the conveyor rail, and with a conveyor shutoff, I can use all this as a filter. If something is below a certain temperature, it can go through and into my base. If it's still too hot, it'll circle back around. Let's just say it took me a long time to perfect the design since I haven't built one of these in a super long time, but that's the principle behind it. And this whole project is a great example of why I should really just test everything in a testing world before I build it in this world. Because yeah, the design didn't work, I had to pump a ton of water in to cool the steam down, and I actually had to build a temp shift plate to condense the remaining milli and micrograms of steam. This project was a complete mess, but honestly that's what most projects in this run tend to feel like, just giant messes. The updated version of this design is still completely broken. Trust me, I fixed it way later on, but it's working at least partially for now. I'm generating power from all of this, but it's not that much power, and that wasn't even the primary focus of this. Now, in normal Minibase runs, yes, you'd absolutely use this for your main power, but I have all of that space solar going on right now. I'm doing so much stuff in the background that I don't talk about just because I either forget or don't have the time. You know, this is an insanely complicated run. But if you look carefully and you know enough about this game, there are a ton of things you can see that I'm actually doing. On the left exit to space, you might have noticed that I actually replaced the oxygen masks with Atmos suits. And since you can't uncraft or recycle oxygen masks or Atmos suits, I decide to move all the oxygen masks to the right side so I can start using the right space area. The more important thing you might have noticed is on the top left, one of the bars is at 67%. That little brain symbol indicates the duplicant's stress levels. One of my duplicants is getting super stressed out. And this is Clone Joyce, who is our rancher. You might be wondering, why are they so stressed? Well, it's because they have to work in the puffed ranch, which is super overpressure. If a gas is over 2 kilograms and a duplicant stays in it for a tiny amount of time, they'll get the popped eardrums debuff, which increases their stress by a ton. And since Clone Joyce is working in there all the time, well, their stress has been going up like crazy. At a certain level, I think it is 70%, they'll do something based on their stress reaction that is randomized when they get printed. Now, I don't actually know Clone Joyce's. I think it might be destructive, which they'll go around damaging and destroying buildings. They get repaired by other duplicants, but it's still super annoying. But it's definitely not the worst. I would say the worst stress reaction to have is Binge Eater, because they can annihilate your food reserves if you're not careful. There might be ways to mitigate this, actually, like restricting access to doors or something like that. I've never actually tested that before. But if it isn't obvious, you don't want duplicant stress to go over 70%. There are several things you can do to help alleviate stress. One of them is carpeted tiles, which I actually put under the printing pod, because most duplicants will have to run by that. It reduces movement speed by a tiny bit, but reduces their stress at the same time. The emergency solution to stress is a massage table. This heavily reduces their stress, but requires some power. And obviously they have to be using it, so they can't do anything else at the same time. The massage table also gets like an efficiency bonus or morale bonus, or I don't even know. It gets some sort of bonus when you put it in its own specialized room. And obviously I'm going to surround it by tons of decor, so I get that bonus as well. Yet again, this is just an emergency measure, but Clone Joyce definitely needs it. I'm also putting some carpeted tiles underneath the grooming station, because that's where they're working 90% of their time. Carbon dioxide rockets are great to start your space adventure. However, they are quickly outclassed by steam rockets. I'd say steam rockets are legitimately the best out of all of them. Obviously, they have their upsides and downsides, the main downside being insane lack of range, but that only matters if you're trying to do a return trip. For one-way journeys, they can still do 10 tiles, because, 5 tiles there, 5 tiles back. Yeah, you can do a ton of neat stuff with steam rockets, and it lets you build way higher. It actually has a height limit of 25 compared to the carbon dioxide rocket's 10. The most important part is the fact this lets me build a larger spacer module. Well, I technically could have done that on the carbon dioxide rocket, but, I need more range from this one. I'm using the transfer port mod, as you could probably guess, to get the steam from my steam room, where all of the hot materials from the bottom of the world are being processed. This is just the best way I have to get steam currently, especially considering there's way too much water in that room since I had to cool it down way earlier. Now the biggest issue is trying to figure out the rocket interior. These are always a challenge, mostly just because I don't know what I want. Like, I know what I need to build, just not the exact loadout I want for it. So, I'll be back in a while once I've figured out my internal loadout for this one. With all of the preparations complete, I can finally start this heavily improved rocket journey. I can explore way further out in the star map, which means I can uncover, I guess, more POIs. The only thing I have to be slightly careful about is the fact that they're still using oxygen masks on this side, so they can't be near the rocket when it takes off or they will get scalded by the insanely hot steam that comes out of the rocket. Eventually I will get all of my duplicants in Atmo suits, but it's not necessary for now, and they're a little bit expensive to maintain. Since Yibi is gone on the main planet, I have Hermes using a researching booster. I don't know if there's an advanced researching booster or if it's just the normal one, but she is now doing all of the research. And our space exploration has been going insanely good. I've discovered 2 new planets. This planet that I discovered seems to be some sort of frozen swamp planet. I guess. We'll get to that like way later on in the series. It's actually near the end. And the planet below it is a swamp planet. Since I haven't gotten into its orbit, I can't oversee the planet just yet. But when we do see it eventually, well, I'm just gonna say you'll be in for a surprise, because even I didn't expect the world gen to be as cool as that. We also discovered a resin asteroid field, the golden one up to the left, and a gilded asteroid field, golden one up to the right. These are both insanely good. These are like some of the best POIs I could have found. The resin one is custom to this mode. It gives liquid resin, liquid crude oil, and fossil. Like, there are better resources you could put in an asteroid field, but not really. Those are 3 insanely useful resources, and I want to extract those as soon as possible. As a matter of fact, that's actually the research I'm working towards right now. The gilded asteroid field will give us gold and fullerene, and some other rocks which will be handy. But the gold and fullerene are insanely useful to make supercoolant, which will help my game progression a ton, so I can't wait till I can get that. Just like with the natural gas generators, I installed a petroleum generator in the right space area. This is because I am, yet again, running out of power. Running all these high-cost machines and the Radbolt generators 24/7, it's putting quite a dent in the tiny amount of power my solar can produce. And it gives me another use for all of that petroleum I've been creating. Since creating plastic also takes up a bit of power, I've been saving it all in tanks, and this is a far better use for it. Further space exploration uncovered yet another planet. This one is interesting. It's a radioactive ocean, more specifically a salty ocean, because there is a water planet in normal Spaced Out. There's not one in here. So it's heavily radioactive, it's got a ton of salt water and related stuff, and it's also freezing cold, apparently. In Spaced Out, all planets have a specific size, and for this mini base, a few of these are 96 by 96, which is just good to know. I'll have plenty of room to work with it and do what I want to later on in the series, because I do have an ultimate goal for this run. I just don't want to spoil too much of it yet, because I think it's super cool. After that, I found that, yes, all the rockets that I discovered earlier are all rockets. I thought there was going to be like something else useful or mineable there, but no, they're literally all worthless. The major reason research is still taking an insanely long amount of time is because I'm using space radiation, which is slightly lower. I think it's actually like half or 3/4 of what I can get out of a Wheezewort. So, at long last, I finally decided to set up a Draco Ranch. Conveniently, I have quite a few. You can see them up in the bionic bathroom. But to produce phosphorite, they'll need to eat mealwood. So I made this special area just for them. I really like the fact that you can use the move tool to move any critter now instead of having to set up the drop-off spots. It is so much more convenient. It's going to take a little bit of time before these guys eat enough mealwood and produce enough phosphorite to keep a Wheezewort. Actually, they're quite cheap. I always thought they were way more expensive, but they're not that bad to upkeep. But it's going to be a few cycles. You shouldn't be surprised that I am still exploring space. I discovered another planet up to the top left there, and it's some sort of oily, barren planet. It was actually super cool to go and explore. But the better thing is another resin field. This is awesome. We're going to have so much resin and fossil this run. I can't wait. But I don't want to spoil too much because this playthrough honestly is my favorite playthrough out of all of my Oxygen Not Included runs. It was just so insanely fun. To start some other planet exploration, I'm setting up another rocket. You'll get used to this by the end of the playthrough, trust me. This is Spaced Out. We're building a ton of rockets. This rocket is going to have a rover on it. It's not going to carry duplicates. I'm also using the new RoboPilot module, which uses databanks, which we got from researching in space. I think it takes like 10 or 20 per hex, which is each tile on the star map. And this is the intended and vanilla way to get automatically piloted rockets. There are actually other ways, but I'll get to those later on. You know the funniest thing that I completely forgot up until now? Even though I completed this rocket and sent it to the other planet, nothing ever came of that trip. Yeah, I'm kind of explaining all of this for the next time I send a rover somewhere. Yeah, that's a little embarrassing that I forgot all of that, but I had completely different plans at the time of playing as to editing. Since my plans changed after I launched this rocket, I should also note the fact that I actually built a rocket platform down on this planet. Now, this planet is very small, you can probably tell that, so I can't really place the rocket pad anywhere decent, so it's just going to be in all of this oil. Which means I can't use like a steam engine or anything like that because that would create a ton of water and heat the place up even further. So my plan is to actually use a carbon dioxide engine, since there's already a ton of carbon dioxide there. One super cool building I got from researching is this reinforced ladder. So it actually got updated now that I realize it, because it says only steel for this version and it cost 50. Another version of it I got later on cost like 25 raw mineral and 25 steel instead. The coolest thing about this ladder though is it increases the run speed to 50% instead of 20, it gives a bit more decor, and it's immune to freaking meteors. The meteors' reign of terror is finally over. These ladders no longer have to worry about meteors taking out an entire section. Nope, they're completely immune. Oh yeah, one of my duplicates also got stuck and almost died, but that's not nearly as important. Meteor immune ladders. I don't think it gets better than that. Since I'm producing a little bit more food than I need, this refrigerator won't cut it for much longer. To solve this problem, I'm going to be using a freezer from the freezer mod. Now, there are other ways to make freezers in the base game with cooling loops and everything like that, but that's complicated, annoying, not to mention the fact that I don't really have the space for something like that. So this is a far more compact solution to that problem. And like I was saying earlier, a freezer with a combination of a sterile atmosphere means the food is completely deep frozen, so I don't have to worry about it ever spoiling, unless the power goes out, which it shouldn't because I have a ton of these rechargeable batteries now. Now that I'm getting into more and more rockets, I need to start being careful about how I use my space. To start, I need to move all of my solar panels a bit, which might take a while because I have to deconstruct them all individually. One thing I did not expect was for the game to crash when I deconstructed from the bottom. That is my fault. I remember this is why you always deconstruct starting from the top of a rocket. I'm guessing it's because I had this many solar panels on a rocket in the first place, but I should have figured. I find it weird that it took this long for the game to actually crash. This run was oddly stable for the amount of mods I'm using. The main reason I need more rocket space is to make, well, larger and taller rockets. All of my research has also been leading up to this. I finally got the drill cone, which will let me finally start harvesting stuff from all of these space POIs. Most important of all, the resin asteroid fields. It's going to be amazing to have all of that resin, oil, and best of all, fossil. Fossil is what we can turn into lime to make steel, if you didn't know that. I guess I should have explained that a bit earlier, but yeah, you need iron, coal to make refined carbon, and lime from eggshells or fossil to make steel. Steel is insanely important because it has a high melting temperature and it's used for most rocket components. In the base game, you don't actually need a drill cone because the Spacefarer module was for the duplicants and that was the head of the rocket. In Spaced Out though, you do need the drill cone and it requires 1 ton of diamond. And I know it because I had to look it up, but that 1 ton of diamond can turn into 20 tons of whatever material you're extracting from the POIs. You just need the storage capacity for it. The next rocket I'm building in the same spot is, well, not normal to say the least. The engine at the bottom comes from probably my favorite mod, Rocketry Expanded, and that's what I'm going to be using for a ton of stuff in this playthrough. Rocketry Expanded just does so much for Spaced Out. It's one of the many mods that I really think should just be in the base game. Anyways, that is a natural gas engine. I've been storing up quite a bit of natural gas, and that's what I'll be using as fuel for this rocket. Another mod that's absolutely crucial to this pack is AI-controlled rockets. So I love all the rocket stuff that Space Out added, but I hate having to manage a duplicant inside the rocket. I could use the robo-pilot modules from the base game, but AI-controlled rockets is just better. The AI-controlled rockets are slower than even duplicants, so that's the main downside, and they can be a little expensive to make all the modules. But this module is only 2 blocks tall, as compared to the 5-block tall robo-pilot module. So yeah, I'm going to be using the AI rockets. And this rocket's going to be very particular. Its main purpose is going to be discovering more of the star map, instead of my duplicants having to do it. This is again just so I don't have to worry about the duplicant inside the rocket. Since it's using natural gas instead of steam or carbon dioxide, it needs some sort of oxidizer. Thankfully, I've gotten my oxidizer from the printing pod. A print the game often offers me is fertilizer. Normally, it's used in farming and to improve I can't remember if it's growth or yield of the plants. It might be growth speed, but I almost never use it for that. I've always been using fertilizer as an oxidizer for rockets, and that's going to be its purpose for, well, a good portion of this run, actually. Fertilizer is pretty cheap to make, actually, and I will produce it later on. All it costs is polluted water and phosphorite, but I'll be making that later on. I would say that the natural gas engine is balanced somewhere between steam and petroleum rockets. It has a really good range, but unfortunately you can't add extra fuel tanks. Trust me, I've tried in testing, it doesn't work. Even with liquid natural gas, yeah, it still won't work. It only uses the fuel in the engine. Still, it has a ridiculously long range, and it's far better than anything else I can get right now. So I'll absolutely use this to discover more of the star map. One of the best things about editing and rewatching all of the footage is I can see stuff like that. So, telescopes can actually scan meteors to see what kind of meteor showers they're going to be. This planet has these dense dust ones, which have uranium. I don't think there's another kind, but some planets will have multiple kinds of meteor showers. Way later on the run, I built another rocket that had the cartography module on it. I put it out in orbit to see if it would scan rockets, but for some reason it just wasn't, and I could never understand why. But looking back at the footage now, I realize it's because, well, they can't. Only telescopes can scan the meteor showers. And the reason there's a telescope is because it's in one of my rockets on the right silo. That makes so much more sense. I'm glad I realized that because that was confusing me for so long. Another very important thing I learned this run. I've been using a mod called Worn Suit Won't Drop Canisters because that's just one of the most annoying things in this game to me. But I learned it's because, well, this mod just deletes the oxygen when the suits are supposed to drop the canister. So yeah, don't use this mod ever. After thinking about it for a bit, I am pretty sure it's because the game probably just can't handle calculating the oxygen left in every atmosuit when the duplicates have to go repair it. Because yes, that is a difficulty setting. Atmosuits do use durability over time, especially if the duplicant doesn't have the atmosuit training skills. Then the duration goes down even quicker. I don't know the actual numbers, you'd have to look that up, but I have that setting on easiest as well. I really wish they would just have the oxygen in the atmosuit stay there when it gets repaired and put back into a normal atmosuit, but I'm guessing this is something to do with the code. I mean, oxygen not included's code is so unstable as is. Like I said earlier, I'm amazed it didn't crash more often. But I'm guessing that's why the atmosuits drop canisters once they're worn out. Just annoying, but I can live with it. And I discovered another planet. This is the Magma Planet, which is pretty much this game's equivalent to hell, because, you know, it's filled with magma and it's extremely annoying to get through. You'd usually go here for niobium, in normal spaced out that is. More like the base game, this Minibase mod adds a niobium space POI, which is a million times better than having to deal with the Magma Planet. So, long story short, I'm not even going to bother with it this run. I was also talking over the fact that my rocket finally returned, which means I get 4 tons of fossil. That is a ton of lime. That's going to be great for steel. And, more importantly, resin and crude oil. which I can conveniently just hit empty storage to get in canister form. For the oil, I can just use bottle emptiers to put them into my oil line that goes to the oil refinery, and for the resin, I'm gonna have to boil it. You see, there's no other option. The only thing you can do with liquid resin is boil it. If you freeze it, it just turns into frozen resin, not the actual ISO resin that we're looking for. The only way I could think of to boil it was put it into my steam room with all of the materials from the bottom. I mean, that place has more than enough heat for what I need. I mean, that place is gonna have way more than enough heat for it. And insanely useful oxygen not included, fun fact. If you put any liquid or gas through their respective pipes at 1/10 the capacity of the pipe, so in this case it's 1,000 kilograms a second using a liquid valve, it won't actually break the pipe if the liquid or gas state changes. This can let you do all sorts of things, like easily cooling off liquid metals, or in this case, easily boiling liquid resin. Now, I actually have enough heat in there to just pump the 10 kilograms a second in. Obviously, can't go through all those pipes or it'll break it. It would just be a pipe straight into the liquid vent. But that's a tip that can be used for tons of different things, and you'll see it happen later, and not in the good way, trust me. With the 8 tons of crude oil I just got, and the research I've been doing this entire time in the background, like, yep, that's still been going on this whole time, it won't stop for quite a while, I can finally build a petroleum rocket. Well, unfortunately just a small petroleum rocket. I don't have the large engine just yet. That's gonna take even longer and more research. Just like the natural gas engine, petroleum rockets need an oxidizer, which yet again will be fertilizer. However, I can actually add more liquid tanks to this one. The primary issue with small petroleum rockets is they have a limited height of 20. That's not much to work with, especially considering I need an oxidizer and another liquid tank to extend its range. But this gives me way more range, and that's extremely important because I am looking at that gilded asteroid. I really want fullerene and gold so I can start supercoolant production. The petroleum is easy enough using the transfer port to just teleport it here and then connect the inputs with pipes, and the fertilizer is delivered manually. As usual, I'm using the AI controlled rockets mod as the rocket pilot, and the drill cone that we've already seen. Some other important stuff I should note about rocketry is oxidizers actually have different values. There are 3 in the base game, and 1 comes from Rocketry Expanded. Fertilizer has an oxidizer to fuel ratio of 1:1, so you need 1 kilogram of fertilizer per each kilogram of fuel. That's why I needed 2 oxidizer tanks here, because I added a second liquid tank, and the small petroleum engine holds 450 kilograms of petroleum. Later on, I will be using the other oxidizers. Well, here's the funny thing. I literally did not touch oxalite. Oxalite can be very annoying and expensive to make, but considering I have puffs, I could literally make it super easy. But oxalite has a ratio of 1:2, so you only need 1 kilogram of oxalite for 2 kilograms of petroleum. I kind of regret not setting up an oxalite puffed farm now. That would have been so much better for my rocketry, but oh well. Since I need to save my natural gas for power, again, I don't know how I even had enough to launch a rocket that one time, I retrofitted that old natural gas rocket into another small petroleum rocket. I mean, it's the same thing as before, but with an AI nose cone instead of a module, just to make the rocket a bit tinier, and the same cartography module as before. You might be seeing a worrying pattern here. Yes, this is a 3rd petroleum rocket I just built, but I'm at the stage of the playthrough where I can actually start exploring all of these different space POIs and gathering more resources, which is one of the main focuses of Spaced Out, gathering stuff from, well, space. Yeah, so remember that steam rocket I had? You see, building rockets in the base game, but especially this mod, is a very slippery slope. You build one, and especially thanks to AI-controlled rockets, I just want to keep building and building. It's so much fun. The first rocket I sent out has finally returned. This is the one I sent to the Gilded Asteroid, and look at all of those beautiful resources. Well, they're going to be on the ground now, but I'll have duplicates sweep them up later on. This means I can finally get some super coolant production started. I also got some more sedimentary rock, which is always useful, and regolith, which is the same regolith that's created by those meteors, but unlike the meteor shower ones, this isn't 600 degrees. It's a decent temperature regolith, which regolith can be used as a filtration medium in water sieves, which is why you have to be careful because duplicates will occasionally bring 600 degree regolith into your base, and it's just, yeah, it becomes a nightmare. I sent one of the other petroleum rockets to a niobium asteroid I found, which you'd normally get niobium from the magma planet, but again, Minibase mod changes that, and it's so much better, because I preferred that in the base game. The third rocket doesn't really matter as much, it's not crazy resources, it's just some raw minerals and algae and a little bit of copper. They're still insanely useful, because my resources are technically limited, but it's not nearly as important. Alright, I know I'm however long into this video, and I still haven't truly talked much about skills. And honestly, I can just leave this screen paused because there's not really much to talk about when it comes to skills. I mean, all of the trees are pretty self-explanatory, and most of them will unlock like special stations for that type of task near the end. So I'm not going to make things more complicated if you don't know much about the game as is. Pretty much, I will be filling out most of the skill trees if I need them. There are some rare exceptions like pyrotechnics. It's literally worthless unless you're building blast shot, which the blast shot system was added relatively recently, and it's designed to actually counter meteor showers. Yes, it's a literal anti-meteor defense system. It's really cool when you see it in action. But it's so hard and annoying to maintain that I don't think it's actually worth it most of the time. You'll see my solution for meteors, well, way later on. Besides that, I never need to go medical skills, both because my difficulty is so low and they're pretty worthless unless you're making specific medicines, which I will be making some medicine later on, but I literally just had a bionic duplicate do that with a booster. It's so much better. The final skill I never go is the tier 4 digging skill. Now you might be wondering, you might think, oh, it's tier 4, it's gotta be insanely good. No, it's actually one of the worst skills in the game. It allows you to mine corium, which is one of the hardest things to dig out in this game. Corium only appears when a nuclear reactor, or research reactor in this game, melts down and explodes. So if you don't do that by accident, then you don't need the skill. Bionic duplicant skill trees are also very different, because they unlock more booster slots as they get more skill points. They also get the exosuit penalty reduction, which means that exosuits are better on them and don't wear out as fast. The only skill I usually skip on bionic duplicates is the final power banking skill. It allows them to hold 2 more power banks, and on higher difficulties where they do use more power, it's probably a good thing, but I don't need it. It just requires 3 more morale, so that'll generally generate more unnecessary stress. That's why I don't usually go it. That whole time, while I was talking about skills, I've actually been preparing a rocket. It's one of the rockets I was working on earlier, and this is my duplicant/colony rocket. I'm going to be sending this one over to the second planet. Now, I had completely different goals when I launched this compared to what I actually achieved over there, but I did achieve one of my initial and primary goals. I didn't fully colonize it and build a petroleum boiler like I was hoping to initially, but I still automated crude oil extraction at the very least. That, and most important of all, harvested a ton of fossil and valuable resources from that place. I'm actually super surprised it didn't try to output a ton of carbon dioxide, instead it just heated up the oil by a tiny bit, because carbon dioxide has very little specific heat capacity, which is like how much, well, heat it can hold. It's like an insanely tiny amount, so that explains why it couldn't heat up this oil, which has a super high specific heat capacity, up by much. To power the pump I'll be using to get the crude oil out, I'm going to build a solar panel. I brought over some glass inside this rocket. Since this planet has no meteor showers and has a decent amount of sun, this solar panel is plenty more than enough power for this place. It's super cool. I'm gonna skip a whole lot of this place because there's really not anything interesting here. I'm just carving the place out from top to bottom, and yeah, I'll get back when I'm done. You should already know how limited my building materials are. That's why this entire room is made out of lead. I was vacuuming it out because I was originally going to build a petroleum boiler here, but yet again, nothing came of that. And honestly, the bottom of this planet was still untouched at the end of the run. Yeah, not much happened with this place, but the other planets get way more action. All the same rocketry stuff has been happening in the background as well. And I discovered the temporal tear, which is that giant blue blob over to the left there. The temporal tear is what lets you beat the game, and normally in Spaced Out, it's not actually open like this. You'd have to go to the frozen planet and activate a special device with an insane amount of rad bolts to open up the temporal tear, but I'm guessing that's just how Minibase was created. So it's automatically open, and I could legitimately send a rocket there right now and beat the game, because the rocket is a one-way journey, but obviously I plan to beat the game at the end of the run. Even though I've gotten a ton of fertilizer from the printing pod, I will still need to supplement it with the fertilizer synthesizer. Yet again, all it takes is phosphorite and polluted water, which I have plenty of both. It outputs a tiny bit of natural gas. That's why I'm putting it next to the oil refinery, so I can use that natural gas for generators. Besides that, there's not anything really interesting going on. It's still an insane amount of research, because that's, again, all early game truly is in Oxygen Not Included. Like, I haven't even really gotten to playing the game. This is just the beginning. I honestly can't remember if this is rocket number 5 or 6 when it comes to drill cones, but yeah, you haven't seen anything yet. Just wait till the end of this run. Things are gonna get crazy. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, one of the space POIs I discovered, and that I'm sending all my rockets to now, is some debris at the bottom there. It has iron ore, which is awesome on its own, but glass and sand? This makes it easily one of the best POIs in the entire star map. All of those are really good resources that I really want to get. That's why I'm sending a whole fleet of rockets to go mine it. That rover from way earlier is finally gonna get to see some action. I want to start scouting out the other planets. I'm gonna start with this frozen swampy one. Now, this was both a good and bad idea, but since I discovered them, meteor showers do happen, and you'll see the mess that the meteors are gonna make way later on. Again, since these planets are only 96 by 96, which is extremely small, by the way, there's not much to potential in them. And yeah, this planet is about as basic as it gets. Frozen and swampy. The main issue that I discovered way later on is it only has, I think it's a copper and iron volcano, which means there are literally 0 renewable resources here. Well, besides those two, but I'm talking more about like water, something that can sustain life here, which is a slight issue. Okay, on to the rovers. Rovers are kind of like, well, bionic duplicates. Actually, they have a limited battery, and unfortunately they can't do too much, because a lot of building and digging actually requires duplicates to do it instead, which makes a lot of sense so that you can't do anything too overpowered, but it'll let me start at least a bit of discovery of this planet. A good example is the fact rovers can't actually mine wolframite, so I'm gonna have to work around that giant vein of it right there. This planet's loadout is very particular. Again, it's because I enabled some Frosty Planet stuff, so that's why generation is all weird. And there's a giant lava biome at the bottom left. Like, it doesn't even cover the entire map. It's like 2/3. I've never seen any world gen like this before, but it is super cool. But unfortunately, I won't be visiting this place until near the end of the run, because there's not anything worth it for me here. The normal swampy planet was super interesting because it was very similar to the oil planet that we have. I don't know the size of these two, but they're way smaller than the 96 by 96 of the other ones. I know that much. I'm also saving before I spawn the rovers or any other landers later on, because there used to be a big issue where the game would crash when one of these things landed, and I don't want to lose progress like that. Anyways, this is a super neat little planet because of, well, just how tiny it is. Unfortunately, there are no renewables here. Not even a volcano or anything like that. The primary feature of this place is Experiment 52B, which is in that hidden area. I would have to send a duplicate down to discover that because it requires a biological signature. It can't be used by rovers. Experiment 52B is this giant tree with a ton of like wires and everything in it. It's like synthetic. It's super angry. If any critter or duplicate goes near it, it will be attacked. They will be attacked, so that's why you have to be careful with it. The whole purpose of this tree is you feed it food. Yes, any normal duplicate food, and it spits out resin. This is how you get resin in the Spaced Out DLC. But one of the things that made me fall in love with Minibase is the fact you can just have the resin space POIs again, and you don't have to deal with this tree. Besides the fact the tree attacks duplicates, well, it produces resin extremely slowly, so food might even go bad if it's trying to eat it. That is like the primary issue I have with the tree. If it ate at a faster rate, then I wouldn't mind. But yet again, I much prefer mining resin from space. You can get so much more. And this let me do quite a few cool things with an insane amount of ISO resin for once, instead of having like no ISO resin and having to ration it. A while ago, the rocket that was getting niobium from the niobium POI finally got back, and I've been making a bunch of thermium ever since. In normal Spaced Out, thermium is extremely annoying to get because, again, you have to deal with the magma planet and everything, but in here it's far easier to get, and I can make even more thermium. Now, once you get niobium, you can actually make an unlimited amount of thermium, as long as you have wolframite, or, well, tungsten, technically, because you can always put the thermium back into a metal refinery and turn it back into niobium. So again, once you get that first bit, you have infinite niobium. I don't have many uses for this thermium just yet, but it's very important for building stuff, especially later on. I just want to note that I'm constantly making that and super coolant. There's not too much else I actually need from the molecular refinery just yet. It's just those big two that I'm making tons of because they're always necessary. At this point, I've discovered a good portion of the star map. Unfortunately, the top left doesn't have anything too crazy good. A lot of ice and oxygen, some cinnabar and mercury, which I don't care about. But most important of all is this exploded gas giant. This has some insanely good resources on it. 3 are forms of natural gas, gas, liquid, and solid, but 1 is hydrogen, which is important for either power generation with hydrogen generators or liquid hydrogen for rockets for the end game. So that's a great find. Unfortunately, the total mass is pretty limited, but it's still a great source. Hydrogen is usually pretty difficult to get because not many things produce it, and your main source is going to be electrolyzers most of the time. It's that, there are rare vents that produce hydrogen, and of course the space POIs. There is another hydrogen POI at the bottom left, but it's mostly water, and it's like 20% hydrogen or something like that. So not much, but still another source. Since I have meteor showers on a lower difficulty, which means they won't strike as often, the abyss light that's been protecting the top of my base actually hasn't been broken. Like, this abyss light breaking is usually a big problem you have to worry about in the old Minibase mod. But eventually it might break, so to prevent that from ever happening, I'm going to replace the top with bunker tiles. The middle block will be space, and the bottom of these 3 blocks will just be insulated tiles. There's no real reason, because if there's nothing between the bunker tiles and the insulated tiles, well, there shouldn't be any conductivity of any kind, but just in case, I'm going to stick with insulated tiles. The steam room that's been boiling all of the resin I've been getting from rockets has just a stupid amount of steam inside of it now. This is because the liquid resin is actually 75% water. So yeah, we have quite a bit of steam. It just so happens that I also have a major power problem. Yes, that power problem literally will not go away. I solve it mostly near the end of the run, but I still can't use every single machine at once. To solve this problem, more shenanigans are going to happen. I can't remember if these steam generator modules are from the base game. I'm pretty sure they are. Actually, I can't be 100%. But they take steam from gas tanks and create water that they output into liquid tanks. They produce 450 watts, and the best part is they don't produce any heat that you have to deal with. You might be able to see how I'm going to abuse all of this. Another great part is the fact that the steam generators actually pause once the batteries are at 95%, so it won't even waste steam or anything like that. It's super cool. Some other things I should probably note that I haven't said before are the massive array of hydrogen tanks I built out on the left side of my space. I'm generating a bunch of hydrogen now because I actually have an electrolyzer running. And it's from a mod called Advanced Electrolyzers. It gives you an alternative to the base game electrolyzer, and this one requires refined metal. And it has an output for oxygen and hydrogen. Instead of just outputting it right into your environment, it automatically goes into pipes instead. And again, it's filtered. That's why I love these so much. Making normal oxygen setups is just so annoying at this point. That's why I much prefer the advanced electrolyzers. Again, a good portion of what I'm doing in this run is probably considered cheaty by most players. But again, I don't think cheating is bad only if it's a single player game. Now, yes, cheating is horrible if you do it in like a multiplayer game, but I call these quality of life in my runs. Plus, if you've come here for a normal oxygen not included playthrough, you've probably seen that you're definitely in the wrong place. I know I've deconstructed and rebuilt the cooling loop quite a few times, but this is necessary, and this time I filled it up with supercoolant instead of polluted water, because supercoolant is just the most efficient, well, that can go into thermal aqua tuners. Another thing to note for people who haven't played this game is the steam generators on top. Obviously they take out the steam, but the water output they create goes back into the steam room. With the combination of the thermal aqua tuner to cool down those steam turbines, this is what is called heat deletion. Obviously, this isn't possible in real life because energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but again, this is a video game, and heat deletion is necessary for the survival of most bases. In the original Minibase mod, there's actually an option to disable steam turbines if you hate yourself like that. So you can only use the output of like geysers to keep your base at like 80 or 90 degrees. But no, we need steam turbines. They are one of the core buildings in this game. I would say like those and thermal aqua tuners are the two most important things in this game. You might have also noticed that I'm making some modifications to the base. I've temporarily removed all of my researching equipment, and I actually threw all of those pips from earlier into a critter stasis chamber. That's the rocket module next to that giant stack of steam turbines. I don't have any uses for the pips or the Dracos right now, so they're all going to go for a while. And actually permanently, because I never use them again after this. Yes, those pips are going to be in there until the rest of the run. I separated the top of my base out into a few different sections. I have the teleporters on each side with airlock doors. I can't deconstruct the teleporters, not that I'd want to because they are very important. And I have enough room to make 2 ranch areas. This is great because this will let me ranch even more puffs, which again, they are my main source of food, and slime for my bionic duplicant. The remaining side on the left by the teleporter will be used to handle all of the eggs and producing the polluted oxygen that the puffs need. On the right side, there are going to be some bedrooms. I was initially thinking of making private bedrooms, but I really do not have the space for anything that fancy. I'm going to have to change this place up a whole lot if I want to sustain 8 duplicants, which is my goal. So I'll have to settle for luxury barracks instead. I'm building 10 Atmosuit docks, just in case an Atmosuit is ever out being repaired, and a duplicant still needs to go out. It's just always best to have backup Atmosuits. I've slightly reconfigured my bathroom loadout, moving the water sieve, and the polluted water output goes in with the rest of my polluted water. You know, the polluted water that comes from the vent on the bottom left side of the world. I mean, it has all the same food poisoning germs, so it doesn't really matter. Yet again, the move tool is the single best thing the developers have ever added to this game. It's making building the new stables so much easier, between transporting the critters and, more importantly, dozens of tons of polluted water that's required. The new stables are going to be very similar to the old ones, but the new ones will have even more auto-sweeper coverage, so that any and all slime will be picked up, because the old one did actually have some blind spots. The working conditions are also going to be way nicer because Clone Joyce actually has an Atmos suit now, and I don't have to worry about all that stress created by popped eardrums. You also might be wondering how I'm going to get all of that polluted oxygen from the old stable into the new ones. Well, it's actually quite simple. Gas tanks. Yep, I'm going to fill these gas tanks up with all of the polluted oxygen from the old stable and just deconstruct them. Unlike liquids, gas tanks will always vent their contents into the surroundings. There's no neat bottles. Well, in this case, it's canisters, technically, but you get the point. That's how I'm going to be moving the gas. I'm also filtering out the carbon dioxide, so that's not a worry. And even though the slime gets picked up instantly, now it has zero chance to off-gas at all. I also moved all of the infrastructure for the bionic duplicants into their own bathroom. This is far more convenient than having it spread out on the floor below it as well. It's definitely taken me way longer than it should have to start working with this steam vent. The main issue with it is it produces hot steam. Now, the hot steam and the cool steam vents each have their own issues. My solution to this one is just going to be the transfer port mod and a high pressure gas pump. This is so that I don't have to worry about it ever overheating. Now, a normal gas pump would have worked as well, but in this limited space, I'm going to need the power, or I guess the ability of the high pressure pump to pump out 10 kilograms a second. I think can produce like 5 kilograms a second or something like that. And they overpressurize at 5 kilograms. So I want to get the steam out as quickly as possible so that it doesn't conduct too much heat with the tiles around it. A couple of things to note is, yes, I accidentally placed down the wrong type of gas pipe at first. I eventually fixed that, and I could have easily made the insulated tiles out of iso resin, which is actually what I did in a different part, more specifically the left side of my space to help kind of contain the rocket exhaust. And yeah, isoresin has such a tiny thermal conductivity that it makes such a great insulator. But normally, it's too expensive to use as an insulator for insulated tiles, as example. But in here, I have so much isoresin that it's perfectly viable. And I really wish I did use it for these tiles, because these things got pretty hot later on. With all of this reclaimed space, it's finally time to get back to researching. And this time I want to complete it for good, so that I can deconstruct all of these buildings and forget about it. Because once you have all the research done, well, there's no use for any of these researching buildings. And I won't have to worry about these Wheezeworts anymore. Since I killed off all the Dracos, my phosphorite is technically limited, but it's still more than enough to get the radiation I'll need for all this research. Yet again, I'm using transfer ports so I can get the rad bullets instantly into the research stations. The research I've been working on is petroleum rockets. More specifically, the normal sized ones, because small petroleum engines are unique to Spaced Out. Now, the large petroleum engines don't have any storage space like the small ones do, so all of your fuel will be in fuel tanks. I was originally planning to build this massive rocket and send it out to a carbon field, and yeah, since I never made any oxalate and I don't have liquid oxygen started, well, I unfortunately couldn't reach it. So I changed up this rocket's design quite a bit, and I actually sent this one over to the exploded gas giant, the one with all the hydrogen and natural gases. While I was working on that, another rocket I, retrofitted a while ago has finally returned. This is a small petroleum rocket that has a ton of artifact modules. Now, you're probably wondering why I'm getting all of these space artifacts. Well, these are actually insanely important for Rocketry Expanded and the AI-controlled rockets. You see, when you analyze an artifact at its station, Well, at least in Spaced Out. All artifacts can be used as is, but in Spaced Out, they actually have to be like dug out of their neutronium to fully unlock their decor, and more importantly, with Rocketry Expanded, you actually get what's called neutronium dust, which can be used to make an insanely powerful neutronium alloy. This is going to be needed for some special rocketry modules. Each artifact also has a percentage chance to drop a neural vacillator recharge. Now, I don't have any of the neural vacillators on any of the planets. Normally, you would put a duplicate on it for a few seconds, it would like shake them violently, and it will give them one of 4 special vacillator traits. While it would be nice to have these traits on my duplicates, the vacillator charges have a far more important use, and that is to make AI brains. Besides the AI nose cones and the neural control modules, there is another command module for AI controlled rockets, and it requires an actual AI brain made with that vacillator, some steel, some glass, and ethanol. This brain actually learns over time and will make the rocket go faster as it learns, almost like a normal duplicate. The largest issue with this base is still power. Even though I've been using hydrogen from my reserve tanks to supplement my production, it's still nowhere near enough for all the machinery that I'm using. So there's going to be a few more shenanigans. This rocket is an idea I built up in a test world, and I believe it's the most efficient design. This is only possible thanks to the transfer port mod, because they can be used across space. There is what's called the interplanetary mode. You might be able to see where I'm going with this one. What if I built a rocket and made the power teleport to my base? Solar panels in space have 100% efficiency, and they're active all the time. There's an insane amount of sunlight out in space, and it obviously never goes away. To get all of this to work, I need a duplicate capsule, somewhere to put the transfer port. I can't do this with like an AI rocket or anything like that. But then the issue is, how do you get the duplicate out of the rocket? Well, unfortunately, that means I have to place a trailblazer module for them to escape the rocket safely, at least. The rockets do all have the abandoned ship feature, where it will self-destruct the rocket and send the duplicate in a life pod to the closest planet, and it will actually give you half of all the resources that the rocket was made of, including everything in the Spacefarer module. But again, I don't plan to do that because the rocket needs to be intact in generating power. Conveniently, I don't have to put anything else in the Spacefarer module, because it literally just needs the control station, a power input, and the transfer port. That's it. Our test pilot will just be using their Atmos suit to live in there for a few seconds, and then they'll eject back to the planet. This awesome rocket will instantly start producing 780 watts all the time for us. This is definitely where a good portion of my power is going to come from now on, at least until I build my next main generator. Yet again, I'm only doing this because it's necessary. I need this power to get along with game progression, at least in a decent amount of time. This video and run has taken an insane amount of time as is. Besides my current manufacturing and the research that's chewing up all my power, I'm going to need the extra power from that solar farm for my next main building. This whole setup is going to be for making liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. I could have made these a while ago because I have supercoolant, but I didn't have the research necessary to handle those for rockets. In Oxygen Not Included, and I think in real life, which is super cool, liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen are used as fuel in hydrogen's case and oxidizer in oxygen's case for rockets. If you're wondering how you get both of these in liquid form, well, you need supercoolant, which I already have. That's part of the puzzle. And you need to get the supercoolant extremely cold. I'm talking in the negative hundreds of degrees. As a matter of fact, this setup sometimes does hit absolute zero. Supercoolant can't actually freeze, it just stops getting colder at a certain point, which I believe is negative 457.8 or 9. I don't think it can go any lower than that. To keep this entire setup in as small of a space as physically possible, I'm using all of the tiniest buildings I have available, and I'm only using one aqua tuner. Normally, you would use 2 or 3 thermal aqua tuners for a setup like this, sometimes 1 or 2 for the hydrogen and just 1 for oxygen and cooling down the steam turbine. But for this setup, 1 is going to have to do all of the work. Before I explain how all of it works, I noticed that some of my duplicates were getting heavily injured. If you don't know why, well, I do. If the material research stations are full of rad bolts, and if research isn't active, then the rad bolts will actually continue through the station and hit the ground. That's why there's some nuclear waste. And if it just happens to hit a duplicate that's unlucky enough to be right underneath it, well, they get injured. I mean, a giant bolt of concentrated radiation will do that to you. This is where the medicine skills can come in handy. You know, you can help duplicates heal faster, but it's really not necessary. This did remind me to put a triage cot down though. You should always have one of these in your base just in case anything happens. If you don't have one of these and a duplicate becomes incapacitated, they will die. You won't have a way to heal them. So yeah, always keep at least one triage cot around. Alright, my design for liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen in this run is super interesting. I've tested it for 200 grams of each per second, but I think it might be possible to do 300. The whole system works thanks to a single cooling loop. That thermal aqua tuner is going to be running pretty much all the time to keep that tank of supercoolant cold enough. Pretty much when one of the sides needs to get colder, it'll close that manual airlock, which will allow it to conduct heat, and they're made of thermium, so they'll conduct an insane amount of heat when they're closed. When they're open, they won't conduct heat. Manual airlocks are extremely useful for setups like this. The supercoolant coming out of the thermal aqua tuner will go into that supercoolant tank first, and then loop back around and actually cool the steam turbine on the way out. I'm not great at describing stuff like this. Like, I know how it works in my brain and how I'm going to build it, just not how to say how it works. So I think it'll be easier to understand if you see it in action. I've also been harvesting more space artifacts, and now I have quite a few vacillator recharges, so I want to start making some of the AI brains. The only component I'm missing at this point is the ethanol, which is quite simple. You just need an ethanol distillery, which takes in wood, creates ethanol, an insane amount of heat, as well as polluted dirt and carbon dioxide. So there are a bunch of byproducts, but they're relatively easily managed. I've been using a carbon dioxide filter from the Dupes Machinery mod. Pretty much, it uses 10 watts every second, and it permanently removes 100 grams of carbon dioxide when the gas is on the tile. I keep it at the bottom of my base because carbon dioxide always floats down, and over time it will scrub all the carbon dioxide from the environment and vent it into space. It's basically like a filtered gas pump. I also powered it with a compact discharger, which, yet again, I love those battery buildings from the Bionic Booster pack. I also wanted to try building a full Radbolt rocket, including a Radbolt drill cone. Now, this is from Rocketry Expanded as well. I don't know how it compares to a normal drill cone. I feel like it might do the same, but it requires 6,000 Radbolts for a full load, meaning you need 10,000 Radbolts for an entire rocket. I'll be perfectly honest, you should only ever use Radbolt rockets if you have the research reactor running. Like, these 2 Wheezworts and these 4 generators cannot produce anywhere near enough to launch this rocket decently. Like, this would take dozens of cycles to fully fuel. Definitely not worth it. The supercooling is almost complete, and I decided to start pumping in some hydrogen gas into the system to truly get it all started. Now, there is one major thing I would change about this whole design. Even though it's super compact, I would like to have the 2 rooms completely separate, and instead of insulated tiles, I'd much rather have them as like metal or something like that. I did remove the temp shift plate that is currently right there, because that's actually sucking the heat out of the insulated walls, out of metal instead, is because they're going to get cooled down either way. So you might as well cool it all down at once instead of it happening slowly over time. This is just because the gas and liquid becomes so cold that even though the insulated walls have an incredibly tiny amount of thermal conductivity, there is still some there. And with the crazy temperature difference, heat will be conducted. There's also a glitch that happens when gas or liquid quickly state changes into one another, and it'll actually super cool even insulated tiles. Like, I'm not even kidding. You can do this with Insulite insulated tiles, which has an absolute 0 thermal conductivity, but since it's a glitch, it can actually still conduct heat. There's some crazy stuff that goes on when you're trying to get liquid hydrogen, especially. Liquid oxygen is far easier to work with because the condensation point of oxygen is way, well, higher in terms of cold, and the freezing point is way lower. So oxygen, super easy to work with. Liquid hydrogen, though, there's a very fine line between condensation and freezing. So you just have to be very careful with how you set everything. Since it wasn't working how I expected at the beginning, I removed those temp shift plates. They definitely were a mistake. Now, in a normal run, this would be a way larger and more powerful setup where the temp shift plates would have actually worked, but yeah, not here. The good news is that the system is working as intended. I mean, I knew it would work because I did build this one in a testing world just to make sure. That's how I got all the numbers, including the 200 grams a second for each side. If you're wondering about the thermosensors that close the doors and conduct heat, it's always far more difficult, and I have that set to negative 425. So if it's above that, it will close the door and conduct heat. But if it ever gets below that, it'll open the door and stop conducting heat. As I said, oxygen is far easier, so you can actually do quite a few temperatures, but I go with negative 320 to be safe, as that's kind of in the middle of the condensation and freezing points. I started work on my next major project, which is transforming the area at the bottom of my map. Unfortunately, I made a slight mistake while building, and now it's filled with carbon dioxide. Right after I had it as a perfect vacuum, now it's all messed up again, which means I gotta deal with it. So I'll be doing that. The loadout I've chosen for this area is very interesting, to say the least. I still have this whole insulated setup around the polluted water vent and all the stuff that was there previously with the steam room, but there's also this vacuumed out area with obviously an airlock door there, so I have this odd vacuum area in between that and my actual base. This whole place is going to be my industrial brick. Industrial sauna, there are several names for it, but this is where I'm going to put all the machinery that creates tons of heat. I decided to put a bunch of gold tiles as the flooring. This is because I have a bunch of gold to spare, because I've been mining it all from space, and it's decently conductive. In the normal version of Minibase, you would use this oil reservoir. It would actually be pretty crucial. But considering I literally have a second planet with teleporters and plenty of oil, I'm just gonna leave it be. And actually, it's more of an annoyance than anything else. The most difficult part about setting up an industrial brick, or industrial sauna, as I always like to call it, is preheating it with steam. You need a ton of steam as a decent atmosphere to contain all of your machines. It's also super expensive because you have to make everything out of steel or higher to withstand this environment. Now, there are several ways I could get steam. I mean, I had that steam vent up there. I could take the super hot water out of that rocket tank and heat it up a bit further, which is actually what I'm going to do. The method I'm going to use to do that is another building from Dupe's Machinery. These are the water boilers, so the best quality of life buildings ever. There is a lumber boiler, a coal boiler, and natural gas. They take refined metal and they require ceramic to build, which is actually super cool. They can produce a ridiculous amount of water. That's why high pressure applications is a must when you're using these. Since I have a bunch of natural gas in reserve, that's what I'll be using for now. But if I were smart, coal or even lumber would have been a far better idea here. Well, especially considering my lumber is infinite. Like I said, this thing consumes a bunch of resources, but man, it can produce tons of steam super fast. That's exactly what I need to start up a massive brick like this. That's why it's one of my favorite buildings, because it makes this so much easier. The background is also filled with temp shift plates. These are used to help, well, shift the temperature and even the place out, so that one section doesn't get too hot. Which will definitely happen either way because of where I'm concentrating specific machines in this place, but you'll have to wait to see all of that. The first machines I'm going to be setting up are, of course, the metal refineries. Now, this is a special setup I learned a few years ago from a post on Reddit, which allows coolant to be flowing 24/7. Either it's flowing into the metal refinery, or that little loop there is cooling the liquid inside the tank permanently. Now, I will admit this setup is overkill, especially because I don't really have the space for it. You see, it's intended for the liquid reservoirs to be one floor above the metal refineries and right underneath steam turbines, but I wanted to do this setup anyways because I love it and I have not stopped using it since I learned it like a few years ago. The main thing I should note is that I should have made these out of thermium, not steel, because they did eventually overheat. Like if you make too much steel in the metal refinery, the liquid will get too hot and start breaking the liquid tanks. So yeah, just make everything out of thermium if you can. Obviously that's not viable in the early game, but I eventually replace everything over time. Especially with the new material replacement feature, where you can go into a building's settings and change the material it's made out of. That was a super cool thing they added. I should also mention that the metal refineries are made of ceramic to be able to withstand the heat of this place. There's no other material in the game when it comes to raw minerals that can withstand extremely hot steam rooms like this. Ceramic is a must for industrial bricks. And then there's the glass forge and 2 rock crushers. Those are all the main machines I'll need for this place. I will add some kilns in a bit later because I'm going to need refined carbon and more ceramic eventually. A super cool thing about industrial bricks is the fact they can actually come in hot or cold varieties. Both the hot and cold have their upsides and downsides. Now, almost every single brick you'll see is hot. That's just because it's easier to work with. I'm using airlock doors, but it's way easier to use crude oil or petroleum for the airlocks. You'll almost never see a cold industrial brick because they are insanely difficult to manage. First of all, you need supercoolant, because yes, we get into the negative hundreds of degrees on these things. The atmosphere for a cold industrial brick will generally be hydrogen, which is super cool. Like, you guys should look him up if you're interested. Francis John, in one of his super old playthroughs, has an amazing example of it. I think it might be the All Achievements playthrough. But the primary downside with cold industrial bricks is getting airlocks is almost impossible. You need either a liquid oxygen airlock of some sort, or in my case, the modded ones. In hot industrial bricks, you might have to worry about the extremely hot materials being taken out and put in your base. Another worry is plastic melting, which will actually happen a little bit in this setup, but I'll talk about that later. The cool thing about cold industrial bricks is the fact you can actually do so much more, and you don't have to worry about the insane heat from certain production, but some things like viscogel that you'd normally use for your liquid locks will actually freeze. So yeah, upsides and downsides. I know it didn't show me building and installing it, but the AI brain itself has a super neat animation for when you put it inside of its little container there. I'm changing this petroleum rocket up a tiny bit to make it fueled by liquid oxygen instead of fertilizer. My whole plan is to slowly start phasing out fertilizer, both because I'm running out and, well, I have liquid oxygen instead now. Plus, I need to start moving that liquid oxygen out of its tank because liquid hydrogen has a density of 1,000 kilograms per tile, but liquid oxygen only has 500, which means it fills up the tank twice as fast for the same amount. Thus, I want to use more of it quickly. The only unfortunate thing is that I still can't place enough fuel and oxidizer inside this rocket to reach the furthest destinations. You definitely need hydrogen engines if you want to do that, but still, it's a good use of all the oxygen I'm creating. One of the mods I really should have mentioned a few times already, because it's played a very important role so far, is high pressure applications. The best example of me using it so far was when I was boiling all of that steam to put in the steam room. I was using the high pressure pipes. So there are high pressure gas and liquid pipes. High pressure gas pipes have 10 times the capacity of normal gas pipes. so they can do 10 kilograms a second. This is amazing because 1 kilogram can be super slow for some things. This is also what fuels all of my Atmosuit docks, which makes charging all of them up far quicker. Since I've been using this mod for a long time, I know that Atmosuits only recharge 1 kilogram per Atmosuit, so you can easily power 10 docks with a single line. It's pretty awesome. The liquid pipes have a capacity of 40 kilograms per second. This is just the default though. You can actually change that in settings up to 100 kilograms. I don't think it's really necessary though. 40 kilograms is already overkill. Besides all the potential things this mod unlocks, it's the best thing ever when you're dealing with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. This is because liquid hydrogen, well especially, and liquid oxygen are very difficult to move around. You literally have to use insulated pipes. There is no other way. On top of that, you generally need to use ceramic because the lower thermal conductivity, the better. And even with ceramic pipes, they do sometimes break due to heat transfer. So between high pressure applications and transfer ports, it just makes dealing with liquid oxygen and hydrogen so much better than the base game. Especially once I get to one of the buildings later on, that makes it even easier than those two mods. Of course, they do still have a tiny, and I mean very tiny amount of thermal conductivity, and this is seen when you're dealing with extreme liquids, either insanely hot molten metals or freezing cold liquids like, well, oxygen and hydrogen. This can be an issue, but thankfully the pipes don't conduct heat too much with the surrounding environment. I actually know this for a fact because I've had like 1000 degree pipes and they still weren't conducting much heat in like an 80 degree environment, so they're pretty awesome. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the price. They are ridiculously cheap for what they offer. 5 kilograms of plastic and 5 kilograms of steel per pipe. They're extremely cheap for what they offer. Obviously, you need a decent amount of steel if you're gonna make a bunch of these, but yeah, it's just one of my favorite mods. I can't play without most of these. The only real issue I'm facing with my industrial brick right now is heat not transferring that well to the right. You see, I built all my steam turbines on the right side instead of on the top on the left, but that's not how I want the loadout to work. I want the steam turbines in the vacuum to the right so that they don't interfere with my base, and so that they're on their own cooling circuit. They use the exact same cooling system that the liquid oxygen and hydrogen setup uses, which I guess I didn't show that well, but it uses the liquid radiators. You know what, you guys will get a better example of it way later on. Back to the problem of heat transfer though, I decided to use fullerene as a medium to transfer the heat from left to right, using a rail loop like this. I'm using fullerene for quite a few reasons. It has decent conductivity, decent thermal capacity, and I have way too much of it. You will always have a massive surplus of fullerene because it only takes 1 kilogram for 100 kilograms of supercoolant. You might see the issue there. You just get way too much. So I figured this would be another interesting use for it. It's also fascinating because since its base is carbon, because yes, fullerene is a real thing, it's actually super cool, its melting point is somewhere over like 8,600 degrees. So I'm guessing smarter players can probably do some crazy stuff with it. I wouldn't even know where to begin with something like that. I also set up a new cooling loop specifically for my base because it is starting to get a little toasty in there. It's just the bathrooms and kitchen that's producing all this heat. It will get worse over time, so I might as well deal with it now. This is the third and final rocket I'm making to collect orbital data. This is definitely the first time I've built 3 separate rockets for it. It would usually just be one and I'd do all the research in there. But since my space is limited and my requirements have been changing, so have my rockets and the silo setup. This rocket is far more luxurious than any of my other ones because it's using actually I don't remember the name, I think it's a sightseeing capsule. This one requires glass and it's the same one I made the solar farm out of because it's the shortest module. The other main reason for using this is I'll get the work efficiency bonus from the light, and since it's always light out in space, I'll always get it. Naturally, I did consider the fact it's always bright out, so the bed is actually underneath some tiles, so Yibby can sleep peacefully. I'm actually quite proud of this setup. I think it is really well done for this very limited space. And it's not too long before my research is actually completed. Now, you might be wondering, if this is the final orbital data rocket, then how are you done with all your research? Well, it's because I'm researching a new building from the Bionic Booster Pack called the Data Miner. These things cost 1 kilowatt a second to run, but they have the exact same recipe as the orbital data station does, but they automatically produce databanks instead. I don't remember all the timings and the exact math around it, but how these work is the colder they are, the more efficient they are. I think it can produce one databank in like 16.7 seconds or something like that, which is way faster than the 20 or so of the orbital data station. Either way, if you have supercoolant and enough power, these data miners are amazing for making databanks. It's easily one of my new favorite buildings because of these features, and I don't have to keep a duplicate up in space anymore. Well, on top of that, it's not duplicate operated in the first place, which means they have more time to work on other stuff. I started harvesting liquid metals, like molten copper, and eventually I'll get molten tungsten and other metals like that from space POIs. I'm dumping it on the right side of my industrial brick because that's where all the steam turbines and thus all of the cooling is focused. That's the same reason I keep all of the plastic presses there. Plastic presses need to be very cool because plastic melts at 350 degrees, I believe, so you want to keep them as cool as possible so your plastic doesn't melt into naphtha. Because once it becomes naphtha, you can't recover it. Unless you do something crazy like turn it into sour gas and then turn the sour gas back into natural gas. Fun fact, if you hadn't watched Francis John's videos, he did that. He literally made a plastic boiler. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. As for me though, I'm using some auto sweepers to ship the plastic out of this place, and it automatically gets inserted into the data miners. So my databanks are now completely automated. It's so wonderful. I said a little bit about this earlier, but since I discovered this planet, well, that means that meteor showers can occur on it. And by the time I get to it at the end of the run, this place is just a mess. Like, there is slime everywhere. It's actually quite funny just to see how the meteors crash into the place. It's a slight issue because now it's broken the place up, and puffs are allowed to fly freely. If you remember what I said earlier, that's an issue because puffs are frame annihilators. If they're allowed to fly openly like this and have access to the whole map, well, the game has to calculate the fact they can fly anywhere. So that takes up a lot of performance. A bit later, I deconstructed one of my steam tanks, and you can see quite how that went. It was very interesting, and I realized I should put a layer of tiles underneath it to contain the steam a bit, but oh well, there's quite a bit of heat damage. This next project is my true final solution to my power issues. This is a sour gas boiler, almost like what I was talking about earlier, but it will just be boiling crude oil into sour gas, not plastic. This is when another crash happened. You see, I'm not 100% sure why, but I'm just not allowed to open doors manually. I really wish I could open all of my doors in the base to reduce travel time, and I easily could with automation. I guess I should have, but this is what happens when I do. I've had this bug for a very long time now, and I'm guessing it's due to a mod, but I don't know how High Pressure Applications does it. If you are curious exactly how I open the door without a duplicate, it's very simple. Automation. More specifically, just 2 wires and a NOT gate. Since the NOT gate sends the opposite signal, if it's off or it has no input, it'll send a ON signal. Very, very simple. I'll be kind of skipping through the construction of this thing so you guys can see some parts of how it works. You see, sour gas boilers are some of the most complicated things to build in this game. But I managed to get this one in just 11 by 11 blocks. It's actually pretty cute. I don't know the exact limits of it, but I've tested it with 1,000 kilograms a second, which this setup was originally designed for 1 kilogram a second of crude oil, but I halved it for this base, because the 1 kilogram setup can run 8 natural gas generators, while this one only runs 4. The entire reason for this is the lack of space in my industrial brick. Unfortunately, this setup is also less efficient than the full 1 kilogram loadout, mostly due to the aqua tuner taking so much power, but it is power either way. The system is pretty easy to understand how it works. You need quite a few components. First of all, a heat source. That is the thermal aqua tuner at the bottom right there. That's going to heat up to 1,000 degrees to actually boil the crude oil that comes in straight into sour gas. If you're wondering why the pneumatic airlock there is because of how liquid interacts when it comes out of a vent, it's super weird. Normally, you would use a mesh tile for this, but since I'm working in space, well, mesh tiles would just let all the sour gas vent into space. Pneumatic doors are pretty much the solution for stuff like this when you're dealing with space. I wish I would have made it out of thermium because it will actually overheat. It doesn't like break. Well, it does, but it's super weird because it still works. Like it still serves its purpose as a background tile. It just gives me the overheat damage alert constantly. That's why I love the suppress notifications mod, so I can disable those annoying notifications. Besides boiling the crude oil, the thermal aqua tuner is also creating a ton of cold. That's insanely important because that's another part of the whole thing. The sour gas gets pumped up and put through a counterflow. Now the counterflow gets effective once the whole system actually starts going, but the sour gas goes into a tiny room where it gets super cooled to negative, I think, 280 degrees, so it condensates into liquid methane. This is important because that's how sour gas gets turned back into natural gas. The liquid methane is pumped up, and using a liquid valve to control all the pipes very carefully, it's sent back through the counterflow so that it cools down the incoming sour gas and then heats up the outgoing liquid methane. It's important to note here that there is a massive difference between large and small sour gas boilers. They have completely different designs and requirements, not to mention, well, the space required. Since this is a small one, I can use liquid pipes to transform the liquid methane back into natural gas, and that's what I use to counterflow and cool the incoming sour gas, while heating up the liquid methane so that it exits the pipe as natural gas. Another crucial piece of information is that crude oil to natural gas is not a 1-to-1 ratio. Only 2/3 of the sour gas will actually become liquid methane. The other third will pop out as sulfur. Now, I have no use for sulfur, so it'll just stay in there forever. But you could theoretically take it out and use it to feed some of the spaced out critters and plants for food. But that's just a complicated process, so I don't bother with them. I haven't since like the first time I played Spaced Out. If you're wondering why there's a liquid tepidizer to the bottom left, which is used to, heat things up, it's there because I create way too much cooling. Well, it would actually freeze the liquid methane solid. I don't want that. So to maintain the temperature, I actually put a thermosensor beneath the ice patch in the bottom right there. So if it gets too cold, it'll engage that door there, transfer a bit of heat to warm it back up, and that'll let the system stay at a desirable temperature. And I'm using ice in those two tiles because it's extremely convenient to kind of mold into place. And more importantly, I need a larger thermal bank or capacity, I guess, so that it doesn't just chew up all of the cold that's there and then the system breaks or something like that. I was considering using supercoolant because it would be better than water. I just didn't know how the liquid interaction would go, and I didn't want the supercoolant to somehow get out and get sucked up into the system. So yeah, that's why I'm just sticking with ice. It's definitely possible to make a much larger system, but anything more than this would be way too difficult to deal with, especially considering how large natural gas generators are. They are 4 tiles wide and 3 blocks tall. Conveniently, I have the space to fit 4, so that's exactly what I designed the system for. This is also a great example of what I'll call the liquid flashing effect. Even though these are literally insulated tiles, because the liquid is flashing to gas and then freezing back constantly like it is here, that's the glitch that super cools insulated tiles just like this. The same thing happens with the liquid oxygen and hydrogen setup. I had to pause the system for a little bit because if this just keeps going on, we're not going to get anywhere. That's why I need to pause it and stabilize the cool area for a bit. Once you get the initial stabilization and the counterflow going for the first time, it works so much better. But it is just that startup that's a little bit difficult. Once I get the cold liquid methane flowing, then I can turn the pump back on, and boom, it is perfectly stable. And as long as there's crude oil, this setup will literally run forever. Sour gas boilers are one of your best power options in the entire game. They're only next to something like a good geothermal setup, which even that's unreliable, or even better, an entire research reactor or two. Once you understand how they work, or if you just look up someone else's design, which, yeah, you can probably guess it. This design was inspired by Francis Johns for his Minibase playthrough, of course. And they give an insane amount of power for how easy they are to set up. But of course, they require late game components. You don't need thermium, but it is best to use thermium, and of course, supercoolant. The high pressure liquid pipes are also great for removing liquid resin, but I don't really have enough heat in my steam room to deal with all of that right now. As you can maybe see, this is a tiny bit messy. It's actually kind of weird to see it like this though. Just a sea of liquid resin. Oh, that's giving me horrible ideas. I might have to flood a planet with liquid resin sometime with the Minibase mod. That would be awesome. Anyways, the primary thing I was working on is finally getting rid of this old steam room. It's been in service for more than 500 cycles. Needless to say, it's served me very faithfully and hasn't broken at all. I originally had planned to put auto sweepers to make glass from that area, but that never happened. That's why the other liquid vent is there. But now I'll be deconstructing the whole place. I'll move all of the steam into the steam room using the same gas tank trick from earlier, and I'll repurpose it for something else later on. This is when I tried to make a rocket to scan incoming meteors, but at the time I didn't know you needed a telescope. I didn't know I had a telescope in the rocket, that's why I scanned it. However long ago that was. So yeah, this rocket, which I called the Eye of Helios, awesome Borderlands reference. It was in space for quite a while, but after I realized it was literally doing nothing, I brought it back to scrap it for its parts. It's been a while since I've gotten another duplicate, and I think it's time we got more bionic duplicates. I rolled a bunch of duplicates and got one with the bad stats that I like. Well, it's funny because I actually did use them as a critter rancher. I named this duplicate Berica, completely forgetting that there are still like 2 Arc Y characters that I could still name duplicates after, Heidi and Vanessa, but I completely forgot about at the time, and I'm kind of just going for other characters' names at this point. I decided to give Berica a bunch of ranching boosters, but in the end I don't think Clone Joyce actually needed the help. There's really not much else for duplicates to do right now, and I just want them to start getting skill points. Also, a very important thing to note. Because bionic duplicates can go 3 cycles before they need downtime, I can actually make 3 different cycle schedules and then stagger their downtimes. I should have done this at the beginning, like I do with all of my other duplicates, because let's just say there was a slight mess in the bathrooms again. Both the base game and these modded industrial electrolyzers create 888 grams of oxygen and 112 grams of hydrogen. Since each duplicate breathes in 100 a second, which is your general benchmark, I only really needed 1, and I should have just made 2, but I decided to make 3 as a bit of overkill if I ever needed extra oxygen for something. And one of those is, of course, the liquid oxygen that I need for some rockets. I also decided to test something. Since I've been doing the 1 kilogram of molten metal in a radiant pipe solution for getting all of the molten metal out of my rockets, I wanted to try something else. And that was just straight up using the high pressure pipe to dump all of the molten metal in at once. The only reason I was hesitating to use this is because when a liquid solidifies, at certain masses it'll turn into an actual block and then entomb everything beneath it. Something I haven't mentioned at all in this run, I guess, is when you mine a naturally placed block, it only gives you half of the resource. Deconstructing blocks you've built give you 100% of the resources back. But again, naturally mined tiles only give 50% of the resource. It was a pleasant surprise to see that the copper solidified without producing an actual block. That means this method is perfectly viable and doesn't melt the gold block below it. I'll have to test this with other metals to see how it works for those, but it's good to see it works for copper at least. To make my ranch way more efficient and almost completely automated, I don't know the exact way to automate puffed ranches because there's something with like puffs and puff princes. Like the variants swap every so often. It's a weird thing because they lay different eggs. I'm not 100% sure. But to simplify things a bit, I'm building what's called an evolution chamber. All those puffs in that tiny room up there are consuming a ton of polluted oxygen. That's good, but they're consuming a bit too much for the tiny amount of slime they produce, so they're gonna have to go. This evolution chamber is automatically gonna have one egg in the incubator so that I have replacements to the puffs that eventually die of old age inside the ranch. Incubators are pretty expensive to run because they take up a lot of power and produce a ton of heat, but there's a neat trick you can do where you only activate the incubator for a tiny bit each cycle so that the ranching duplicant can tend or care to the egg, which will give it a growth boost. All of the other eggs will grow up in the water and, well, evolve. They can't really breathe in water. You kind of see why it's called an evolution chamber, right? The meat will automatically get picked up out of the water, put onto a conveyor rail, and automatically shipped into the kitchen. Right where the old steam room was, I'm building, well, another vacuum sealed room. That's just to prevent any heat transfer. I thought the heat situation would be way different than it was, so here's the whole story. I found this cool building from Dupe's Machinery called the Flocculation Sieve. That's a complicated word. Also maybe sieve. I'm not 100% sure how it's pronounced. But this is a super cool building that's like a better version of the water sieve. So here's the best thing about it. It takes sand, and unfortunately only sand, it does not accept regolith, and chlorine. It only processes 5 kilograms of polluted water, just like the normal water sieve, and it produces fresh water. But here's the catch. Since it's using chlorine, it produces completely germ-free fresh water. It's awesome. The best part? It produces clay as a byproduct instead of polluted dirt, which, considering ceramic is so much more useful than polluted dirt, you can see why I chose this building. The only issue is I have absolutely zero chlorine and no way to get it. Except for space, that is. There are a few space POIs that have liquid chlorine in them, most notably the radioactive ones. So the next rocket I'm going to send to one of the, well, two radioactive POIs I have that have uranium, I'm gonna add a liquid tank because one of them does contain liquid chlorine. I guess I should have said all of that in past tense because I actually have the chlorine already. I've been planning this for a while now. I added a layer of water because I thought it would freeze the water super quickly, but no, there wasn't much temperature change. I forgot chlorine has such a tiny specific heat capacity. It's very similar to carbon dioxide in that fashion. Even though it did get close to the freezing point of water, I thought it would have frozen it like way further than it did. This is great because now the setup is almost complete. The main reason I haven't started it yet is because I accidentally built it backwards. I mean, I should have figured that the polluted water looking input is polluted water, and I know for a fact green is output. I guess my brain just wasn't working right. But there we go. It's awesome. I did actually sever the line. If I'm just going to throw fresh water in there, it's still going to get polluted by tons of germs from the food poisoning germs that's already in those two tanks. So I'm going to rebuild those tanks so that they're completely clean, and I'm going to disconnect the oxygen line for a while. Let the oxygen tank that stores all of my oxygen for Atmos suits drain for a while, and then restart it once the tank is completely empty and thus free of germs. Yet again, it doesn't matter that there are food poisoning germs in my oxygen, because those can't give duplicants food poisoning. It's still like, I don't know, OCD or something. I just can't have germs anywhere. The chlorine room is also nice because now I can move all water that's been infected with tons of polluted germs in there, and they'll just die out over time. I am gonna have to send all duplicants that move the water into the bathroom to wash their hands though. Speaking of bathroom, it got filled up with gunk again. Honestly, I don't remember how it happened this time. But I know it did happen again later on because the gunk tank actually completely filled up. In the end, I just made a transfer port and started venting all the gunk into space. Because again, I have no use for it here. I'll show off the interior of my rocket in a little bit. And now I'm finally launching duplicants to start colonizing another planet. Or at least start exploiting it for resources first. Colonization is going to be a while. But what if I told you I may have landed on the wrong planet? Yes, this is not the one I was going for. This is the one up to the top left. It has a mix of a bunch of different biomes, and it's the other planet with a decent source of oil. The other interesting thing is, most of this planet is made up of biomes. There's very little, vacuumed space at the top. Which is good when you're talking about resources from the planet itself, but it means setting up rockets here later will be a bit more difficult. That also means I have to move this rocket platform, and the only viable spot is down to the bottom right. I also have to dig out quite a bit of abyssalite before I can build the rocket platform to land it. So that was the first major hurdle of this planet. This planet is an interesting combination of oily biomes, some jungle biomes, the ones with chlorine and phosphorite, the sandstone biomes, which I actually don't know the normal names of, and a few frosty planet biomes in there as well. It's a really good source of fossil and eggshells, so I'm going to be taking as much of that as possible home. It also just so happens that I discovered 3 oil wells here. That's perfect, because 3 oil wells lets you get 10 kilograms of oil a second, which is absolutely perfect for a future petroleum boiler. Yeah, I'm not going to build another larger sour gas boiler. It's going to be petroleum, but that's for way later on. I didn't do too much else here besides exploit it for all of its resources. Mostly fossil, eggshells, and diamonds that I found, which is going to be super handy. And here's the interior of the rocket. You might notice that it's a bit different from a normal rocket interior. That's because this is the expanded spacer module from Rocketry Expanded. Remember all that time ago when I was talking about collecting all of those artifacts and analyzing them? Well, you get neutronium dust from that, which, like I said, you can make neutronium alloy out of. It costs 10 dust and 90 steel to make this alloy. It is just, stupidly overpowered. Well, because it's so expensive, and it's used to make specialized buildings like this expanded spacefarer module. And if you look closely, the giant tank at the top of my steam turbine setup is the colossal liquid tank. And that's where all of the liquid hydrogen and oxygen that I'm making is going. Another thing I wanted to note that I found interesting is a long time ago, when you would send duplicants out in the lander modules, it would actually remove them from the rocket crew. So you might accidentally leave a duplicant behind if you didn't check all of your crew list. Thankfully, they seem to have fixed that, and now it keeps them as crew if they use a lander. I also have managed to witness the first evolution of the evolution chamber. I mean, I think this is the more humane option. All the other puffs live in a 3-tile big room, and even though they get food, they have to suffer being crammed in there with 140 other puffs for 75 cycles of their life. Yeah, I think the evolution is more humane. And there's the rocket platform getting entombed, just like I said. Can't wait to go dig that out later. Alright, this looks a whole lot more like the planet I was originally going for. Just like the first planet, I am only here for a tiny amount of time, and it's mostly to exploit all the resources here. I'm getting the most important stuff, like fossil and critter eggs, but there's also some other really good stuff here, like tallow, because as you can see in the top right there, that is what's called a spigot seal. It's one of the critters added in the Frosty Planet pack. It consumes sucrose, or nectar, from the bonbon trees, and produces ethanol. But when it dies, instead of producing meat, it produces tallow, which is like fat or lubber. And it's used in the deep fryer, or to make pemmican, however you pronounce it. I'm gonna go with pemmican, whatever. Pemmican is an awesome food that never spoils, and all it takes is tallow and meat. So it's extremely cheap to make for such a powerful food. And it has a decent morale bonus because, again, it's literally meat and fat, two of the best things ever. Believe it or not though, all of the fossil and tallow is really just a side objective of this place. My main goal here is actually to harvest all of that uranium at the bottom. That juicy, sweet uranium. Now, I'm pretty sure it's because I enabled the Frosty Planet biomes, but to my horrible disappointment, there are no betas here. Betas are bees in this game. They live in extremely cold biomes, and they eat uranium. Yes, I'm not even kidding. They consume uranium from the environment, so they have to be natural blocks. They bring it back to their hive and enrich it into enriched uranium. The key difference between betas and your duplicates enriching it with the uranium centrifuge is betas have a 90% efficiency, so 10 kilograms of ore will be turned into 9 enriched. With the centrifuge though, you only get 20%, which is just a horrible ratio. And since I don't have betas, I literally cannot achieve that 90% ratio, and there's nothing I can do about it. I technically could get them out of the printing pod, but I didn't want to deal with setting up a whole beta hive, especially at my home planet, where space is so limited as is. I was hoping to do it here, but obviously that's not an option anymore. Well, I guess I could place a mini pod and print a beta hive here, but I actually didn't think of that at the time, and I didn't place any mini pods until the end of the game. Either way though, there's not much else to explain, or very interesting things here, so I'll move on. Once my duplicants got back home, I removed the old grill that was making barbecue and I replaced it with 2 microbe mushers. This is the station you use to combine tallow and meat, which just like berry sludge, it actually makes quite a bit of sense. And it plops out in a perfect bar that honestly, looking at it now, kind of looks like a turd, not gonna lie. But you might be wondering why I really need this food, because even though I have a freezer right there, so all my barbecue's deep frozen, I wanted something that won't spoil ever, so I can use it for rocket trips. I already have a bunch of Hexcellent fruit that I've been printing over time, but I want something with a bit morale so that my space trips go a bit smoother later on. One thing I wish the game would add is build times of each building, because I don't know what the build times of uranium centrifuges are, it doesn't say on the wiki, but these things take forever to construct. Like, it has to be in the hundreds, like maybe 240 seconds, which is 4 minutes. It's gotta be something crazy like that. It's the only explanation for why they take so long to construct. They're not extremely expensive. I think they just take refined metal, maybe plastic as well, and they don't consume too much power. Even better, they don't produce much heat. It's just they take a long time to build and process the uranium. The other little thing I'm building here is an infinite liquid storage. I use airflow tiles so that, because airflow tiles cannot be damaged by pressure, which is your main concern with infinite liquid. Unlike gas, liquid, if the pressure is too high, will actually break through buildings over time. We saw that a tiny bit earlier. There are a few solutions to this though. One is using airflow tiles or manual airlocks, because those are 2 buildings that, okay, like they don't interact with the liquid the same way other things do, so they can't take pressure damage. It's weird. Or you can have the blocks be 3 blocks thick and you won't get pressure damage. But you're very rarely going to see the 3 block thick thing. And it could be natural tiles as well. It doesn't have to be duplicate built tiles. Since uranium takes so long to refine and I have quite a few tons of it that I collected, well, I'm gonna need more centrifuges. I didn't realize how much this would impact my power grid because I think they only take like 480 watts, which isn't much, but when you have this many centrifuges, yeah, it starts to eat up your power grid. You might have also noticed that I put Radbolt generators in the infinite liquid storage. This is because all of the byproduct, which is liquid uranium, is radioactive. The more of it you have, the more radioactive it is. That's the other thing. If for some reason your uranium happens to melt into a liquid, or if you refine it in a centrifuge, the liquid uranium turns into depleted uranium as a solid. So no, you can't get enriched uranium like that. Yet again, it's only betas or uranium centrifuges. You know, now that I think about it, why can't we recycle nuclear waste and depleted uranium? You can do that in so many other video games. You know what? I would love to see someone make a mod like that. Like, all of the mods for this game are so cool and really good. I mean, Rocketry Expanded, best example right there. So what if someone just made a mod like that where you could recycle nuclear waste? That would be so awesome, actually. I really wish I had the time to learn and make mods because I have so many cool ideas. That's just one of them. Now that all of the refining is done, it's time to deconstruct all of the centrifuges. And they get deconstructed super fast, in stark contrast to how they're built. I ended up with 2,200 kilograms of enriched uranium. So that's what, like 11 tons of ore that I brought here? Which is still sad because I know I could have gotten 90% instead of 20, but that would have taken way longer. Oh well, it is what it is. The main thing to note is that a research reactor takes 10 kilograms per cycle. So that's how I calculate how much I really have in research reactor cycles. So I have 220 research reactor cycles. Over time, I am sending my rockets to the 2 space POIs that have uranium, but their uranium content is extremely low. I've done the math, and I should be able to get about 20 kilograms a cycle if I'm permanently sending rockets there, but that's not something I'm gonna have to worry about for a very long time. Skipping all the boring parts of excavating that entire planet, you might notice that it is 30 cycles later. Yes, I returned to that radioactive planet and I'm going to start building the research reactor. This is yet another design I'm using from Francis John, mostly just because, well, I can't find any better design. This is literally the best and most efficient research reactor design I've ever seen. One last option for rocket oxidizer comes from Rocketry Expanded, and that is liquid chlorine. It has an oxidizer ratio of 1:3, so it's in between oxalite and liquid oxygen, which makes quite a bit of sense because it is technically achievable without supercoolant. I don't know if it's ethanol that you can use to cool it down or what liquid it is, but I believe it is possible. Definitely not, because chlorine is usually very rare and thus difficult to get enough to fill a tank of. I just wanted to try it because I have tons of liquid chlorine from another rocket trip to one of the radioactive asteroids. I also found it neat that the tank that actually stores the liquid chlorine for the rockets takes steel and abyssalite. Now that is a super neat recipe. I really wish more stuff used abyssalite because, yet again, it doesn't have many. But I do really like the rechargeable batteries costing abyssalite. Meanwhile, on the radioactive planet, I've been making tons of progress towards building the research reactor. It's being halted by a meteor shower. As you can see here, I'm gonna have to rebuild some of the solar panels. And I need these solar panels to create, well, power, obviously. But I need the power for gas pumps so I can start vacuuming out a massive area where I can actually build said research reactor. Since I didn't have all of the resources I need to actually build the research reactor, I sent 2 rockets over that were filled with orbital cargo modules. So normally you would use these before you land on a planet to send down a ton of cargo. Well, they have various uses, I guess, but I'm using them as a way easier to access storage. I'm pretty sure duplicants can't actually use normal cargo bays. You have to actually fill them up using the input building. At least I'm pretty sure. You know, I honestly haven't tried, but I don't think you can. So that's why I'm using these instead. Duplicants can automatically load these orbital cargo modules, and I can just deconstruct them to get all the resources back out. I just find this way more simple. Thanks to the new ranch and having 2 stables, my puffs are making even more slime than before. As a matter of fact, I have over 200 tons of the stuff. Because of this, I decided to turn some of it back into polluted water, using algae distilleries, so I can, well, recycle the polluted water and do it all again. But the algae is also very important because that's how my duplicants in the rocket are getting their oxygen. And considering I'm starting to run out of it, I'm going to need more. Well, this just kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I've also been working on a rocket specially designed for bionic duplicants. Because, you know, they can't really use normal rockets that other duplicants use, and this is a basic carbon dioxide rocket. It's actually super tiny. It consists of only a carbon dioxide engine, a small battery, a solar panel, the Spacefarer module, and a solar nose cone, which is from the Rocketry Expanded mod. I love it so much more than the normal nose cone because, you know, it generates power instead of just being there. I'm going to be sending this rocket over to the 2nd planet, our oily one, because I want to go and colonize that now. I also plan to start pumping some of the oil out of there because I'm going to need a renewable source of oil besides the space POIs. You know, Clay Entertainment has made tons of good updates to this game that improve duplicants' pathing and makes them less stupid, but somehow, no matter what, they will always manage to get trapped. And this is why it's so hard for me to have multiple colonies at once, because I always need to macro the duplicants. Some of them are just beyond saving. Like Hermes here. She will literally just die there because there's no way to get her out. Well, okay, I could technically send a duplicant over to this planet to build a ladder, but it's just quicker to reload a save. And the mini gas pump that was filling up the Atmos suit was a pretty stupid idea, so I just let Hermes get in the Atmos suit and just remove the checkpoint because she has such massive oxygen reserves because, you know, she's a bionic duplicant. I'll be making a few more of this design on the other oily planet, but this is my standard oil refinery setup. It's got a bunch of sensors so that it doesn't fill up too much, but it also has enough to create a slight liquid lock effect. And of course I'm using the airlock door as the other part of the lock. This is just so that the hot natural gas and oil don't interact with the environment outside, which, considering this place vacuums out, that's not a massive deal, but it will be for the other ones I'll build on the other planet. I was planning to use this natural gas, but I don't think I actually did throughout the entire run, which is kind of funny. But yeah, they will still get stuck. It is completely unavoidable, no matter what you do. You can build in the smartest way possible. You can dig in the smartest way possible. It is inevitable. What I'm doing now is a very important step. Now, I definitely should have done it out of plastic. I think I have plenty of plastic back in my rocket, but I decided to do it out of sedimentary rock because that was the other material that's really good at blocking radiation. I'm making a massive shield around the reactor just in case a duplicant ever has to go by there. This is also when I realized I could just destroyed all those background tiles to make the whole area vacuum far easier than before, but it's too late now. The entire reactor setup is almost ready to start. I'm using these rocket batteries and the solar panels to charge them. This will provide the power to kickstart the entire process. And the power isn't even for the thermal aqua tuner. Well, it is, just not entirely. I actually need it to activate the auto sweeper, which is transporting all of the enriched uranium. Once I activate that, it automatically inserts the enriched uranium and the reactor begins. The research reactor takes in water and 10 kilograms of enriched uranium per cycle. It takes a little bit before the water is hot enough to boil right into steam, and it also produces nuclear waste. This whole reactor setup is, again, a design of Francis Johns because this is just the best and easiest reactor design I've ever found. And here's my long-awaited vacuum steam turbine setup. Long ago with steam turbines, you would either use a hydrogen atmosphere or a layer of like crude oil, petroleum, or supercoolant. These conduction panels make it so much easier though, and you can use an actual vacuum with no heat leak risk. As you can see here, I kind of snake them between the steam turbines and I use a liquid bridge to move the output of the steam turbines. Well, not here because I don't have to, but in other setups. This setup is also designed to recycle water from steam and put it back into the reactor. There is a backup water tank if something bad happens so that the reactor will always have water, because if it runs out of water, well, it will go critical and blow up. It'll also explode if the pressure gets too high in there. Thankfully, I think it's a really high pressure, like 150 kilograms, and it has to be over pressure for a while, so it's possible, but very rare. Now that I'm generating a fair amount of rad bolts, I can get serious about rad bolt rockets. Since I don't generate that many rad bolts back on my main planet, I'm actually making the rockets steam rockets at the beginning, transporting them over to this planet, and then retrofitting them while they're here. It's actually a pretty smart system. The research reactor creates the most radiation at the bottom middle of it. This means that the lower rad bolt generators would be more efficient, but I'm just testing the top few to see how much they generate, and it is quite a few. This is awesome. Imagine if I have all of these running. I would generate so many rad bolts. My plan is going to work perfectly here. As usual, I'm using the transport mod because even though rad bolts can travel super far, they do decay pretty quickly. So this is just going to be the fastest way to fuel up my rockets. One thing I didn't expect was for my infinite liquid storage here to fill up so fast. You see, I completely forgot that liquid uranium can go up to like 10,000 kilograms before it forms a new tile. I don't remember what nuclear waste is, but I'm guessing it might be 1,000 kilograms a tile, maybe a tiny bit more than that. So it's time to send in the naphtha. Naphtha is the liquid I always use just because it's the most convenient, and I have some because some plastic melted in my industrial brick a bit earlier. Conveniently, when it exits the liquid vent, it automatically overrides the tile. Not override per se, but pushes the nuclear waste to the other tiles and replaces it. And now the infinite liquid storage is all good to go. You don't actually need much naphtha, but you can add way more if you want, which I did later, and I'll explain when the time comes. I think it's about time I revealed my grand plan for this run. That is to have 3 planets with completely automated rockets that keep going back and forth and just harvesting as many resources as possible. And since they're going to be automated, well, I'm going to have to start working on automation. One major part of that is these special rocket platforms. These are meteor-proof rocket platforms. They also have some weird properties. Because they're meteor-proof, they're actually completely solid, unlike the other rocket platforms where stuff can fall through it. That means I need to place ladders on the bottom to actually reach the wire spots, and you'll see more of it later, but rocket exhaust can actually go through it, which is very interesting to say the least. The only downside to these meteor-proof rocket platforms is that they cost 1.2 tons of steel per. That is very expensive compared to 800 kilograms of refined metal. I think it's worth the price considering I'm not gonna have to worry about meteor damage. To them at least. Just you see, the meteors will have the last laugh. And now that this rocket is completely fueled, it's time to launch my first ever completely rad bolt rocket. I mean completely full I guess, because I did use another one, but it was not full like this one is. And I can finally reach that other rocket debris tile. This is great, I'm gonna have so much iron, glass, and sand now. Not to mention the copper, that's gonna be useful too. Does anyone remember what I was saying about liquid bridges moving temperature all that time ago? Well, I accidentally did just that, and now some of my pipes are breaking because they are normal pipes on this side. They're not meant to be in contact with those insane heats. So this is going to be interesting, because my duplicants don't have lead suits, which are necessary for dealing with any amount of radiation, so I'll have to play this very carefully. Thankfully, all of their construction skills are high enough where they can do this pretty quick. But a pipe broke again and now there's steam everywhere. This is just another mess. Why can't anything just go as planned? Not to mention the fact that I actually built the liquid system wrong. So it is filling up the research reactor, but I have it set where any excess goes into the liquid vent. Alright, that's not the best way to describe it. You'll see later how I actually fixed it. But that's gonna be a while. This is also a thing that happened. Yes, the naphtha seems to have broke. I reloaded a save, and my initial plan was just to add more naphtha to hopefully fix this problem. To get more naphtha, since I need to melt plastic, I just made a bunch of steel, and since steel creates a ton of heat, I used that heat to melt some plastic tiles. This is the easiest way to do it. I'm gonna save a lot of time and footage by saying what happened. I was really confused at the beginning, and I even tried rebuilding and replacing the radbolt generators, but it seems like some sort of interaction with the radbolt generators messes up the nuclear waste in there. I feel like you could do this before, but I actually don't remember. I guess I'd have to do some testing now, because even here you can see that the nuclear waste is glitched into one of the tiles. So yeah, I guess no radbolt generators inside of the nuclear waste anymore. That's unfortunate, because that's where all the radiation is concentrated. You don't get anywhere near as much in the tiles surrounding it. Another thing I didn't account for, the nuclear fallout, which is the exhaust from these rockets, is like 3,000 degrees. I thought it would be way lower than that, like 2,500, because that's what it says on the wiki, but you know, game wikis aren't always accurate. I guess this is a good example. That's a small issue that I'll have to deal with later, partially because all the Radbolt ports here are made out of igneous rock and not obsidian. Later on, I'll get a bunch of obsidian from nearby planets and I can replace them. As you can see, the Radbolt ports are also unique because they can have automation inputs and outputs, which means you can completely automate rockets here. The layer of automation at the bottom just checks if the rocket is ready to launch, which means it's fully fueled, and then launches it. I've had to rework the automation a lot, and let's just say it hasn't been pretty for anyone involved. The duplicants have been getting a lot of radiation poisoning because it's a radioactive planet. The background radiation is way higher than usual here, which I guess I need to keep in mind for next time. The rocket interior is also getting super hot, so that's not helping with the stress. Because what I had to do was actually make all the automation not gates. So how the automation works is if the drill cone or engine is not full, then it will send a green signal, so that turns on the port and will let it receive rad bolts. If it is full, it sends a green signal, which then gets swapped into a red signal, so it turns the port off. But when there's no rocket on the platform, since there's no green signal, it'll be red, and since the transfer port is opposite, well, the transfer port will be active again. Which means I had to add additional logic in the form of AND gates to say that if a rocket is on the platform and it needs rad bolts, then open up the port. Otherwise, close the port. This entire trip was going so smooth until I had to deal with all of this. One of my duplicants also made a mess in the resource storage, which really sucks because that's going to be conducting a little bit of heat, which means they'll get even more stress in there. And to add injury to insult of all of this, the rocket exhaust is way hotter than I expected, and it can actually melt steel at certain points. So when I came back here way later on, I actually had to convert everything to thermium. But hey, at least the rockets are automated. I'm just getting ready to pack up and leave this place though. These duplicants need a serious break, and I need to redo this rocket. Before I can leave though, I need to automate extracting resources from the rockets. To do that, I'm using these buildings from Rocketry Expanded, which allow me to move using vertical pieces and adapters the way that, like the rocket line goes, I guess. I can move this line lower into the actual world so that I can place all of the resource extractors, the liquid, the gas, and the solid outputs. Now, it's both good and bad that the vertical pieces aren't solid. It's nice that duplicants can walk by them, but it sucks when you're trying to move these indoors. Which probably was not the intended way, but I don't think most of this gameplay was ever intended. Earlier, when I said that the meteors would have their revenge, it's because I didn't expect them to be able to entomb my rockets. Which means, yeah, they literally cannot move or leave this planet. They're completely stuck until I send a duplicant to dig them out. On top of that, on their way down, the meteors can actually damage my transfer ports, which is even worse. In the long term, I knew I was going to station a duplicant here, but I didn't know it was going to be this much of a necessity. Instead of making an adapter line all the way down to the bottom of this world, I decided to just extract the resources from the rockets and use transfer ports to store them in other rocket containers. There aren't many better ways to do this considering some of the stuff I have, like natural gas or either insanely hot molten liquids or like liquid chlorine. To celebrate the partial completion of this planet, I sent all 5 of my rockets out at once, and it was beautiful. I'm gonna bring my duplicants back home and prepare them for the next mission. I sent Arames and her rocket back to the main planet, but now I'm using the teleporter to send her here again when I need to release the pressure of the oil reservoir. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't explain how these things work. They take in 1 kilogram of water and produce 3,333.33 grams of crude oil per second. I forgot what the exact number is, but they also produce a tiny bit of natural gas, and every so often you need a duplicant to operate the machine and release all the natural gas pressure, which is why I need that liquid lock, so the natural gas doesn't go everywhere. It's a good thing I saved the game right before I deconstructed the rocket, because naturally, a duplicant, in this case Nochlin, had to run in right as it was being destroyed, and of course it crashed the game. To add insult to injury, when I loaded the game up the next day, they put out a major quality of life update for it, and that sucks because my major mods have not updated for it yet, which means I won't be able to play until they get updated, or I can play the previous version, which at the time of the update they hadn't added to the previous version beta option. So looks like I won't be able to play for a bit. To counter this, I did start working on the video during that short period where I couldn't play, so don't worry, the time wasn't wasted. Back on the main planet, my duplicants here don't actually have much to do. Besides some occasional manufacturing, they're usually just idle. So I decided they could make themselves useful and start making some basic rad pills for when I have to go back to that radioactive planet. Basic rad pills take 1 kilogram of coal and remove 100 rads from a duplicant each cycle. These are very useful, especially in the early game if you're dealing with the radioactive area. Like I was discussing in the skills earlier, I'll be using Berica to create the medicine. Berica is a bionic duplicant, and I can just give bionic duplicants medical boosters instead of having to train up a whole duplicant, instead of having to give another duplicant the skills and use morale like that. Even though I rebuilt the entire interior of the spacer module, everything in there is very hot, which is pretty bad. That's why I'm making this neat little cooling loop. The thermal aqua tuner is just going to boil off a ton of water that I have lying around. This time I'm heading to the planet that I accidentally went to earlier. I only need to send one duplicant down because they just have to dig out all of the snow and ice, and then I can land the rocket. Still a little bit of a nuisance though. Speaking of nuisances, meteor showers. Here's when I learned that they could damage the Radbolt ports. Yeah, that's going to be a slight issue from now on. That's also grounding a few of our rockets. I love how the meteors landed perfectly in the middle. It just shows how much that planet really hates me. In the process of excavating the planet, Giselle and Lottie managed to get themselves stuck, but there wasn't too much else of interest. Over 40 cycles later, the entire place is cleared out, and I'm starting to build the infrastructure for oil wells. Back in the Bionic Duplicants rocket, I wanted to try something special, and that is using atomic power banks. They're the last type of power bank you can make, and to make them, you need both the research reactor, researched, and the molecular refinery. They cost 10 kilograms of enriched uranium. They have the same 120 kilojoules of power capacity, but they charge themselves by 60 watts every second. The only catch is that they only last 150 cycles before they explode. They damage the discharger they're in, and they create a bunch of nuclear fallout, which does sometimes overheat things. I like the concept of them self-charging, but I really don't like the fact that they explode, and you have to actually worry about that after 150 cycles. That is a long time, but still, I'd rather just use the rechargeable ones. And I finally added the rocket unloaders on my main planet. I don't know why I haven't done that, considering I could have a long time ago. Another building from Rocketry Expanded that makes these even easier is the insulated port, which gives you an insulated wall but still lets you manage your rocket ports behind it. It's great for rocket silos. My plan for this planet is very complicated, and I've done a bunch of testing to make sure that, well, most stuff works. I still messed up a few things here, but that's inevitable. This building is a petroleum boiler. Now, petroleum boilers also have quite a few forms, and normally you would be using geothermal power, aka magma from volcanoes or the bottom of the world. Since I don't have that luxury here, I'm gonna have to brute force it with 2 thermal aqua tuners. I think it's possible with one, but I just couldn't get it to work with 10 kilograms of crude oil a second, at least in my testing. Unlike the sour gas boiler, I wanted to try and use all of the chill that's being created from those 2 thermal aqua tuners, but I should have just thrown in a liquid tepidizer and just copied the sour gas boiler, because this did have its own problems. Even though I managed to fix those later on, still, it wasn't the best idea I've ever had. A while back, when I sent one of my rockets to that exploded gas giant to get all of its really good natural gas resources, and of course hydrogen, well, all of those have just been sitting in the rocket, orbiting my planet. But now they finally have a use. I threw all of the solid and liquid methane into this metal box so it can actually cool down this planet and provide power through natural gas generators. Yet again, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This natural gas is providing me the initial power I actually need to set this thing up, because 2 thermal aqua tuners, well, that's 2,400 watts each second. That's a lot of power. Similar to the sour gas boiler, petroleum boilers work using a counterflow. So the crude oil boils into petroleum, and the petroleum flows back through the system, heating up the incoming crude oil. But I accidentally added a bit too much crude oil, and it spilled over, so now I gotta clean that up. The focus of this planet is going to be petroleum and liquid oxygen rockets. I think you know how I'm going to get the petroleum already, and I'm going to be skimming some from the petroleum boiler, but the rest are going to go into petroleum generators, which will be running at all times, both to make power and, more importantly, create water. So they actually produce polluted water, but obviously I can refine that into normal water. That water is going to be used both as an input to the oil wells and electrolyzers to make the oxygen I need. This room with all the generators is super overpressurized with carbon dioxide so that the polluted water cannot off-gas and waste polluted water, or more importantly, get in the way of the steam turbines. At some point, the output of the generators is going to get so hot that the polluted water just straight up boils into steam. That's what the steam turbines are for. Here's the petroleum boiler in action. The particular thing about petroleum boilers is that they can't really be stopped. Well, they can, but it can sometimes be messy to restart them. So it's best that you don't stop them, or at least preferable to not. I did quite a few more things on that oily planet, but I'll explain them when I get back to it. For now, there are a few projects I want to work on. The first one is growing a bunch of pincha pepper plants. Because I have all this polluted water from all those algae distilleries, I decided to grow these, and it's not for food or morale. I'm going to be using these pincha pepper nuts in the plant pulverizers, man, try to say all of that super fast, with some water to make brackine. Brackine is what you usually get from milking gassy moos, however, none of the plants here have them, which means I can't really get them, and that's why plants are our other option. You can use pepper nuts or sleet wheat to make brackine. Since sleet wheat is so much more difficult and expensive to grow, that's why I'm going with pepper nuts. The only real issue with pincha peppers is the fact they require a lot of heat to grow, over 95 degrees. That's why I'm using these wood heaters. I could use some normal electric radiators, but I think the wood heaters are actually more efficient. And, yet again, infinite supply of wood. Oh yeah, the whole reason I'm making brackine. When you put it in a building called the brack wax gleaner, it creates brack wax. Apparently this can be used to increase the speed of transport tubes. I've never actually tried that for myself, but more importantly, you can use it to make plastium. Plastium is an alloy of thermium, plastic, and brack wax. It can be used as a substitute for plastic, but with a way higher melting point, which is very important, and higher overheat temperature. Since I'm getting tired of sending Hermes back and forth using the teleporters, I think it's about time I gave her a permanent residence there on the second planet. Conveniently, using the teleporters, I can send most resources over to the second planet, the most important of which being oxygen. Unfortunately, the liquid pipe is occupied by the water that goes to the oil well there, so I'll be using transfer ports to just teleport the phyto oil that I make here. With oxygen and lubricant all set, the only thing left is power, and that's simple enough because the solar here is insanely good. So that actually solves just about everything. I guess it's just time to build the base then. Blink and it's complete. This is everything I need to house a duplicate on a planet. They've got a bedroom, they've got a bathroom, they have battery chargers and a canister filler for oxygen. I also added an exosuit forged so that they can repair their atmosuit. And of course I brought some reed fiber along to supply it. Now whenever the oil well gets overpressurized, Hermes can quickly depressurize it and then just go back to being idle, I guess. There's not much else for her to do here. The only thing I did have her do was actually transfer some lead. There's like 300 tons of lead on this planet, so I built a conveyor loader and had her manually transport some of the lead back to the main planet with it. Between the insane decor of this place, thanks to all the wood here, the morale from the private bedroom, and the latrine, Hermes' morale should be sky high, especially considering she's not doing any tasks that would create stress in the first place. Needless to say, I think she's a very happy bionic duplicant. Back on the radioactive planet, my first project is to start sorting all the resources I get from the rockets, starting with the solids. This can be easily done using solid filters, which conveniently don't produce any heat. I'm going to take the most valuable resources like niobium, iron, glass, and most importantly, uranium, and send it back to my main planet. Everything else will be dropped off here. Now, honestly, this is pretty much overkill because I don't really need any of the resources besides uranium, but why not? I'm just doing this because I can at this point, and I have a super cool idea for how to transport them. A while back, I disabled the auto sweeper to the reactor, which, by the way, it takes a little more than 20 cycles for the reactor to use up all the fuel once you stop supplying it with fuel, so I call that the 20 cycle cooldown period. And it's extremely painful to have to wait that long to actually service the reactor, because I need to change up the pipe layout a bit, like I was saying, because again, I didn't design it the exact right way. I also added in a liquid vent and transfer port that comes from my liquid storage. I'm going to be pouring out all of the molten copper and molten tungsten, because I want to start harvesting and using them. This also creates a ton of heat, which is why I'm dumping it in the reactor setup, which is great because when the reactor isn't active, I still have a heat source to create some power. My next goal is to start dealing with all of those pesky meteors. My solution is going to be covering the whole top in bunker doors. Since I have to have a duplicant stationed here either way, I'd rather have them take the uranium off the top of the map instead of being low near the rockets where it's super dangerous. I filled up an entire fridge full of rad pills for this trip as well, which is only 100, but still. With 3 duplicants, that'll last 33 cycles. I'm only going to have the duplicants consume them when they'll be working in space a lot like this. To completely automate the bunker doors opening and closing, I'm going to be using a space scanner. This basically detects incoming objects and then sends a signal based on that. The more scanners you have, the more accurate the timing will be, which is important for meteor showers, but not crucial. This is also something that confused me like crazy. So this is the input from my liquid oxygen and hydrogen, but it got filled up with gunk somehow. I legitimately have no clue why. My only guess is that somehow when I was setting up the gunk transfer port, but that was like hundreds of cycles ago that I set that up. So I don't know what kind of freak accident caused this, but I guess that's something. And if you want to know just how much I rely on this mod, here's a cool overlay of all the transfer ports. But as you can see, there's absolutely zero way that gunk should have been in that pipeline. It's only for liquid oxygen and hydrogen. Yeah, I don't know. Since I get a ton of water from the same POI that has some hydrogen, I'm using that as a coolant for all of the tungsten copper I've been getting. It's pretty nice. I literally have like 2 of the space cargo tanks full of this stuff, and this is a good use for it. The other main thing I've been working on in this planet is another upgrade to my automation. Besides swapping it all to thermium, because apparently steel can melt, which is insane, I've added a transfer port to each rocket. These transfer ports are on the same automation line that detects if the rocket is there. The whole point is, if any rocket is on a platform, only then will it activate the radbolt generators. This is just to make sure that the radbolt generators aren't always running and producing a bunch of heat, or wasting my power, which isn't nearly as important, but it was getting over 500 degrees near the reactor, which was actually overheating the auto sweeper, so that's why I had to replace it with thermium, and why I put all the temp shift plates below the reactor. For my next project, I'm going to start out by placing a targeting beacon. I was originally planning to have it on the right side, that's why I built it out of neutronium alloy, so that it would never melt and never take heat damage, as you might see by the material selection properties mod, but I eventually moved it over to the left side because it's not these melting that I'm worried about, it's the payloads coming back that have a way lower melting point like uranium. That was my main concern. What's the targeting beacon used for, you might be wondering? Well, that's a good question. You see, these are one of the core buildings in Spaced Out and what's intended for you to use to send resources across space. The only issue is you need a ton of radbolts to operate them. Conveniently though, I have a ton of radbolts here. Before the water gets boiled in that little tank down there, I'm sending it to cool these launchers right before it, because they do produce a little bit of heat. It's not crazy. And then it'll go to cool down the metals. I also added similar automation to the rockets where if these need rad bolts, it'll open up the rad bolt port and it'll activate the generators if it needs rad bolts. Since I don't have any solids to send just yet, I'm going to test it with hydrogen gas. I believe the minimum storage capacity is 50 kilograms, and once the payload's full, it charges up and fires the payloads. They look like mini bullets, and it's actually pretty cute when you see them flying like this. The crazy thing is that it only takes a third of a cycle to reach my main planet. Granted, it's not very far, but still, that's way faster than I expected. The targeting beacon is what I need to guide the payloads to the right place, so that they don't land randomly around the map. It also requires a clear line of sight to space, so you always have to make sure your bunker doors are open, because if they're not, well, I have to send duplicates to retrieve all the payloads from the top. To actually use these payloads, I need to build what's called a payload opener. Makes quite a bit of sense. This has to be like one of my favorite buildings, purely due to the animation and thought process behind it. I kid you not, it is a giant can opener. I don't know why, but I just find that so insanely funny. As you can see here, our first load of uranium ore has finally arrived. Unfortunately, the duplicates seem to prioritize the right unpacker to put payloads in, but it doesn't truly matter in the end. We get the resources either way, and I'll be enriching all of the uranium back here on my main planet because that's where my liquid uranium storage is. The only real downside to the interplanetary launchers is the fact that every so many shots, I think it might be 6, which is not that much. Well, it might be a lot depending on what type of material you're sending. It actually has to do a cleaning on itself, which does take quite a bit of time, so that can delay how many resources you can transport at a time. The solution to this would just be building more of them, so you have more capacity. I have to say though, it is super satisfying seeing all of them occupy the few tiles back to my main planet. This is just beautiful. And I really wish they didn't take rad bolts, so I use them way more than I do, but maybe I should focus on using them more often. I really love these. I decided to build this behemoth of a rocket using another building from the Rocketry Expanded mod. That is the drill cone service module. It increases the mining speed of the drill cone and gives it another 1.5 tons of diamond to work with. This rocket is going to be going all the way to the Carbon asteroid. I've wanted to go there for a long time now, I just, well, forgotten about it. And since I have tons of liquid hydrogen and oxygen, I can finally go there now. On the other oily planet, I can finally continue with my plan to set up rockets here. The last time I was here, right before I left, I set up another steam box and a bunch of thermal aqua tuners. One is a cooling loop to cool down a room with another flocculation sieve. That's what refines the polluted water that I'm extracting here. And now I'm setting up another cooling loop, but this one is to make liquid oxygen. Again, I'm using the industrial electrolyzer. I'm sending the hydrogen back to my main base. Both the oxygen and hydrogen go through the ice in radiant pipes to try and get as much cool out as possible. There were some major issues with the whole ice room, so I did have to change to a liquid tepidizer eventually. One thing I kind of forgot about was the research reactor getting a little bit low on enriched uranium. To fix this, I'm using the transfer ports and the interplanetary mode, again, to send enriched uranium from my main planet, because that's where I'm enriching all of it, to the radioactive planet. This also helps because now I can keep track of all of my enriched uranium super easily on my home planet. It's super nice to see that the bunker door automation works, where they automatically close right before the meteor showers. The only thing that kind of sucks is that they also block the rockets if the uranium just creates blocks like that. The oil planet is far easier to work with though, because the meteor showers here are ice and snow. That sucked before, but one thing I forgot about is that meteors fall through rocket platforms. Since ice and snow meteors don't damage them, they just fall right onto the floor and they sit there, which means they don't entomb the rockets. It's awesome. Eventually, once these rockets launch, all the super hot carbon dioxide will just melt all the ice and vaporize the water, which means there's nothing for me to worry about there. Oh yeah, that reminds me of one thing I've completely forgotten about this entire time. If you're ever wondering why I'm building the rocket platforms up higher and I don't have tiles right underneath them, when rockets launch, they create an exhaust trail. The exhaust trail is 9 blocks tall and 3 blocks wide. It originates at the block in the middle below the engine. This is extremely important because all of that heat that's generated will go into any tiles. And yes, it is heat generated besides the exhaust of the rockets. It physically heats up the tiles beneath it. I did some testing and it could theoretically be used for some sort of power generation. It's just super difficult to first of all harvest that power and then get it consistent enough. In case you needed an example of what happens when the interplanetary payloads can't find the targeting beacon, yep, like I said earlier, I gotta send a duplicate to go get them. Since I don't have a duplicate with the right digging skill, I'm gonna have to give one of my bionic duplicates a booster for that. Unlike all of the other rockets, these rockets are actually going to be fueled using fuel loaders. These are, as you can probably guess, from Rocketry Expanded. This means I don't have to use transfer ports to move the liquids up to the rocket tanks. I can actually just hook up these two liquid lines to their respective loaders and boom, they automatically refill the rocket. They're also way faster than having to load up the tanks otherwise. I also feel really stupid now editing this because I remember there is also one for Radbolts, making all of that automation and effort I put into the Radbolt rockets completely worthless. I could have just done a radiation input. That would have saved me so much time and grief. I wish I'd remembered that existed. Well, it is far too late for that now. People probably have the false idea that I'm smart and actually know what I'm doing, but no, I really don't most of the time. I just play this game a lot. Since I'm building more rockets, I'm going to need more ethanol to make AI brains. As you can see, I'm doing this in a rocket. And I'm guessing most of you have never seen this building before. That's because it's another modded building from Deuce Machinery. This is called the Ethanol Still. It's a super neat building that takes in water, sucrose, and slime to create ethanol, as well as an unholy amount of heat, carbon dioxide, and polluted dirt. So that is why I'm building it inside of a rocket, so I can just deconstruct everything so that it's nice and clean. If you don't remember how I have sucrose, it's back all the way near the beginning from the second planet, and conveniently I have Hermes that can go pick it up and transport it for me. I would prefer to overpressurize this environment with carbon dioxide, but since I have none in storage, I'm going to be using oxygen from my dropped Atmos suits. And yeah, the ethanol still is doing its thing. It creates way more ethanol than the normal distillery does, but I'm guessing it creates more byproducts. I don't actually remember how much each one creates. I'm guessing it's way more. It certainly feels like that, at least. I'm going to be running this for a super long time, mostly because it's fun, and I can. The only true limit is either when the stills start overheating or above 180 degrees, because that's when ethanol actually vaporizes. Yes, ethanol has a very low boiling point, but it also has a way lower freezing point than most liquids. Rockets have a tendency to kind of get stuck in space, at least with the AI controlled rockets, and I don't really know if there's a fix for it, like what truly causes the issue, but sometimes they'll just get stuck at their POI and not properly come back to the planet. But it's finally come back with plenty of goodies. I mean, I didn't truly need these. I have more than enough coal and refined carbon, but yet again, because I can. Since Hermes is permanently stationed on the second planet now, that means I actually have a free bed on the main planet. So I decided to hire another bionic duplicate. This duplicate has the correct bad traits that I like, and an engineering booster, which is actually pretty nice. I'm gonna name them Marsha. Random AI brain that I swept up and decided to ignore the laws of gravity. It remembered them when I reloaded the game, but still, I thought that was pretty funny. This is a great example of the piping spaghetti nightmare that I get to avoid by using the transfer port mod. It's also nice because I can teleport supercoolant right from my main base. This is the result of cramming 3 thermal aqua tuners into a tight space together. One is to cool down the electrolyzers, and previously the fluctuation sieve. The steam turbines have now taken over because it's getting very hot in that room. Another one has to cool all the steam turbines, and then the third one will actually be used to deal with that cool steam vent a bit later on. I installed a new mod, and I won't get to see it in action for a little bit, but here's the logic behind it. When I initially saw all the stuff in the Bionic Booster Pack, I loved all of it. One of the things that was coolest to me though was the remote workers, and this gave me so many cool ideas. However, after I started reading up on them, I learned that they can't actually be used between planets, which honestly makes some sense, but also was extremely disappointing because that was my entire goal with them. So the mod I added was literally called Interplanetary Remote Workers, and that should tell you exactly what my hope is, to use interplanetary workers to do certain tasks. Unfortunately though, this mod doesn't work. I think they might have updated and potentially fixed it, but sadly, no, it does not work for now. But don't worry, I did not give up, and there is a second option, which did work, but it's a bit more complicated to set up, let's just say that. The only other mod I can find that would do anything like the interplanetary remote workers is scan and relay satellites. Thankfully, in the end, this mod did work. The only unfortunate part is that it requires some setup. It's a slight issue, but it's not the worst. The first thing I need to do is make satellite parts. You need 40 of these things per satellite, but they only cost plastic, glass, and steel. What I found super interesting about this is the fact they reuse the base game research modules on the rockets as their satellite modules, which honestly makes a ton of sense. They're pretty interesting how they work. When the rocket is in a tile in space, it doesn't have to be orbiting, but you can deploy and retrieve satellites, which is even cooler. These satellites can be used to scan adjacent tiles, like the cartography module, or relay certain signals, like automation, or, more importantly, remote workers. What this means is I just have to establish a link between my second and third planets, and theoretically, I should be able to get the remote worker signal. Speaking of the petroleum boiler, I accidentally set it a little bit too hot, and this is the issue. If the crude oil isn't at 10 kilograms, this happens. Where the petroleum actually boils a bit too early in the pipes, which means one pipe breaks, and if the pipe breaks enough, then all the other pipes get backed up, they break. This is the definition of a mess. On the bright side though, I can show off one of the coolest features of the most recent update. They added boiling and freezing effects to liquids. So when a liquid, in this case crude oil, is close to boiling, it has special particles. It works as a neat indicator, and honestly, it just looks super cool. I love that they added it. You can also see how I removed all of the ice and added a liquid tepidizer with supercoolant. Now at first, I actually didn't have enough supercoolant in there. You need at least 400 kilograms per tile for the liquid tepidizer to work. I've gotten so caught up in trying to get them connected that I haven't even explained how remote workers work. There are two buildings to it. One is the remote worker controller. This is the one that the duplicants actually use. This is the one back on my second planet. They actually require databanks to use. Thankfully, they don't use too many databanks over time, but they are still required. Then you have the remote worker dock, which is kind of like a bionic duplicant. It actually requires some sort of lubricant, so crude oil, which I have plenty of here, or Phyto oil, and it outputs gunk, so you're gonna have to deal with that. It also doesn't work with high pressure applications, so I had to step the pipe down to a normal pipe. The gunk is just gonna get sent into the vacuum of space. Even though I could technically put it into the petroleum boiler, I'm pretty sure it has a way higher boiling point than petroleum, and I don't want to mess the whole system up. It is possible to have a dual crude oil and gunk boiler, but it's extremely difficult to pull off. Considering the amount of rockets I have, it's natural that I'd forget about one somewhere. I retrieved this rocket, and it's a super old small petroleum one. This really felt like a time capsule to me, just because of how long ago it was that I was relying on these things. Naturally, once I want to actually start using the remote worker dock, that's when Hermes' downtime is. I wouldn't want it any other way. But once she's done meditating, she starts using the remote worker dock, and to my surprise, it's working perfectly. The rocket links seem to work. Now, I honestly have no clue why I actually put an oil well here. I was planning to use the oil that I get from the resin POIs. Eventually though, I just prioritized using that oil instead of the oil wells oil. But this is a good sign either way that the remote worker docks work. And a while back, I finished setting up the cool steam tamer. There are a few ways to do this, but just brute force cooling all of it is the best way to go. Since most of the water that the electrolyzer uses is already around 200 degrees because it's all taken from steam turbines, that's why I had the cooling loop for that room. And this setup is pretty used to it. Yet again, we get the cooling effect from the ice room, and liquid oxygen is far easier to produce than liquid hydrogen. Here's why I was saying I should have just put a liquid tepidizer in to start with. The ice room is actually getting far too cold, and that's breaking my gas pipes, which is soup. Just like with the petroleum boiler, when one pipe breaks, all of them break because they get backed up. Thankfully, the oxygen isn't going everywhere because they're breaking inside of a tile, but this is before I learned that you actually need 400 kilograms per tile for the liquid tepidizer to work. Like, I'd gotten all of this stuff set up, but I guess I should have done way more testing of the whole setup beforehand. I wasn't planning to hire another duplicant, and honestly, these stats aren't even the best, but Pei is my favorite duplicant, well, because of her blue hair, and I can easily match Pei to my favorite character in Arc Recode, Doreen. Besides the machinery interest, which is good for general tasks around the base, I find it perfectly fitting that she actually has caregiver as well, because in Arc Recode, Doreen is actually one of the nurses. The funniest part is that, unlike all the other nurses, she's not actually a healer. She's actually a warrior who has no healing skills at all. She's all damaging skills. And that's another part of why she's my favorite character. Her whole personality is being a sadistic nurse. It's pretty awesome. The only issue with hiring a normal duplicant at this stage in the game is that they are going to need a ton of training to get their athletics and machinery up to acceptable levels. For this, I'm making what's called a training gym, well, at least in this game. All it is literally a manual generator and a light, with a door to make sure that only certain duplicants can go in. And any duplicant you send to the gym will just run on that manual generator forever until you take them out. If you remember from the very beginning of the run, manual generators are great for increasing a duplicant's machinery and, most important of all, athletics. My biggest concern about these normal rockets was fueling the drill cones. That's why I made a whole layer of ladders on this planet, so that I could have a duplicant run across the top and manually fill all the drill cones. There's a super cool option from, you guessed it, Rocketry Expanded, that lets you use cargo loaders to automatically supply the drill cones with diamonds. So, using transfer ports to bring diamonds from my main base and loading them here, that means that these rockets are truly automatic and don't require any duplicant interaction. Now that is the dream right there. I'm going to be deconstructing all the ladders because these are made out of insulite, and again, that stuff is super expensive. It takes 5 reed fiber per 100 kilograms. The resin is bad enough, but man, reed fiber, that's even worse. The other component is abyssite, which I have plenty of at this point. I was planning to experiment with another building I think's from Rocketry Expanded called the Star Map POI Capacity Sensor. I was hoping to automate it to where if it's above a certain capacity, it would launch the rocket. The only issue is all of the exhausts from the rockets actually block it, so I'm guessing that they would all be blocked at least most of the time, and that could stall some of the rockets. So I decided to just deconstruct them, especially considering they cost expensive tungsten due to how hot the rocket exhaust is here. Somehow, my duplicants managed to get a ton of food poisoning germs into the food supply. I really have no clue how this happened. I even have a hand sanitizer right there. Conveniently, I can just move all the food into the chlorine room, where it's going to be removed, and I have medicine to cure food poisoning, but still, that shouldn't have happened in the first place. I'm guessing someone was transporting polluted water or something like that. I'm going to add some more hand sanitizers to help fix this, because hand sanitizers actually remove way more germs than sinks do, which I did not expect. They cost chlorine, and that's their main downside, but I have an insane amount of bleach stone since I've been mining some from the solid radioactive POI. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot to mention the fact that I sent Raphael here. There's kind of a long story behind this. When I sent the other duplicants back home, I made sure to completely empty the oil wells of the natural gas, but they did quickly repressurize. Thankfully, I had enough oil in the tanks and in reserve from mining space to keep the petroleum boiler up and running, but it's just a tiny bit unstable right now. Raphael's little home is made mostly of plastic. That's because I didn't bring any wood with me in either of my trips. I will remember that for next time though. Besides that, there's not much else to say. Just like Hermes, Raphael's whole task is just to depressurize the oil wells. But that's going to be for later, when I'm going to set up more remote worker docks. Unfortunately, you can only assign one controller to one dock, but that also makes sense. I really wish it would be something where, like, if there's a dock in range of something that needs to be worked on, then the controller would automatically connect, but I could see how that would get buggy quick. I shut down the research reactor a while ago because I didn't need the rad bolts, since most of my rockets are grounded anyways. The issue with this is that the bunker doors don't have power. The issue with this is that the bunker doors don't actually have power. You see the problem here? Without power, they open and close at a snail's pace, which means meteor showers are free to rain terror again. As you can see here, this is what happens when one hits a ladder section. The meteors truly did have the last laugh in this run. Mini pods are really easy to set up. They're super cheap. I built this one out of iso resin because I can, and they just flip the switch a couple of times and boom, it works. I need 5 printing pods in total to get one of the game's endings, and that's the main one I'm going for. Well, actually, it's the only one I can achieve. I can also do Home Sweet Home, but I never got to it. I did build the Great Monument in the end, though. I also managed to finish up the satellite network. To my complete surprise, I found that I can actually link all the planets, except for the super far away magma one, back to my home planet. So this means they're all connected and I can actually use remote workers on any of these planets now. And trust me, I have a cool idea for this. I've been building these blocks carefully and one by one to push all of the resources, solid, liquid, and gas, out of the bottom here, back into the left side of the world. This is one of the ways to vacuum out this area, and considering there are 3 different types of resources, it's definitely the fastest. There was a slight issue when I must have built it wrong and accidentally trapped some resources in the blocks, and it kind of exploded out because there was oxalite in there, which is super tragic because now I have to deal with all of that in my otherwise perfect vacuum. I even tried reloading saves and locating this specific block, but no matter what I did, it was still there. It just kept happening. So the only solution is some high pressure gas pumps to really get all the oxygen out of this place. This is what I've been working on. All of the remote workers can reach all of the diamond presses. The only bottleneck here is actually rad bolt production. I'm sending most of the rad bolts to my rockets, but I have diverted some to these presses. I'm also taking some from that infinite nuclear waste storage. I'm importing refined carbon back from my main planet, that's where I'm producing all of it, and then I'm shipping the diamonds out into the interplanetary port so it can fill up all of the drill cones. So this is how all of my normal rockets are going to get their diamond. A super important thing to know about remote workers is that they use the attributes based on the duplicant operating them, which means I should just have a bunch of machinery boosters on all of my bionic duplicants in remote planets, so that they can work on these things even faster, just so they don't use as much power. I forgot what the number was now, but there's like 200 plus tons of polluted water in bottle form on this planet. I'm using this auto sweeper and bottle drainers, which is a very convenient setup, to move all of it into 2 flocculation sieves. This is another great source of clay, which I'll use for later on. Especially because, well, I didn't show it, but I upgraded most of the pipes inside the reactor setup to ceramic. This is because they're far better insulated than igneous rock, which means I lose less heat and thus less power because the thermal aqua tuner doesn't have to run nearly as much. Since I have tons of lead in storage, there is one super neat thing I can always do if I need power on these planets, and that's actually tune up the steam turbines, or the petroleum or natural gas generators. This provides a 50% power increase to said generator for a few cycles, depending on the duplicant's machinery skill. That's a pretty crazy boost for just a tiny bit of refined metal, especially with how easy it is to get more metal in Spaced Out. I won't be doing this too much, I just want to note that it's an interesting option. I know I'm 1,200 cycles in already, but I haven't really mentioned one minor detail that I have done in the background, and that is actually clothing. Duplicants can wear two types of clothes. There used to be three, but the cold sweaters got removed because they were pretty much worthless. The warm sweaters we obviously don't need. Those are mostly used in the Frosty Planet pack, and when you're starting in the Frosty Planet. Alright, I actually forgot. I guess there's three now, but I consider two of them pretty much the same. So you have snazzy suits. That's the main type of clothes you'll be making for a while. It increases the decor around duplicants by a little bit. Once you get more research and more reed fiber, because they are expensive, you can upgrade them to Primo Grabo or something like that. Better clothes pretty much, and they just increase a duplicant's decor around them even further. Yet again, incredibly tiny detail, but it could help with morale in some situations. I know Doreen's been in the gym for a while, but look at that machinery skill. That is just insanity. The maximum skill level, at least the base for every duplicant, is 20. But you can get boosts like skills or duplicant traits like Night Owl in Doreen's case. That is some crazy machining skill. I love to see it. I almost wish that you could actually level up the skills past that, but I see how that would break the game. My normal duplicants have left the radioactive planet, and Marcia has taken their place. I'm not even joking, this is the first time I've ever built and used lead suits. They're pretty cheap, they just cost reed fiber and, well, lead. Fixing them up only costs reed fiber, which is very nice. Marcia's whole goal here is to remove the uranium from the uranium meters. There's not much else for her to do here, but I did give her a remote workers dock, in case I have any tasks for her on another planet. Here's some context for the next part, because I know everyone, me included, completely forgot about what the swampy planet looked like. This is it now. Yeah, this is why you don't do meteors, kids. This planet is just ruined at this point. The main issue with landing here now is that, well, there aren't many viable landing spots, because in a perfect world, you want at least 3 flat blocks to land. But finding a decent spot to land a rover is going to be an issue. I'm landing a rover first, because there's no way I can land 2 duplicants next to each other just yet. The best spot I found to land the rover was in the bottom left of the planet. This is because it had a clear line of sight to space, and it had some sedimentary rock that I could dig up to use to build blocks where I could land my duplicants. The setup was actually the worst part of this entire place. Excavating all of it out was relatively easy. Well, except for all the odd tall slime at the top. There are a few things that I forgot to set up after I landed that are causing some serious issues. The first of which was actually a gas vent to remove carbon dioxide. The second of which was an exosuit forge to repair my atmosuits, which is pretty critical. On top of that, I was mining out a ton of oxalite from this planet because of the Frosty Planet pack biomes. And the issue with that is if you put it in a container at the bottom of your rocket, it'll actually replace the carbon dioxide and off-gas even more. That's why there was no oxalite in the container. It had all off-gassed and, well, overpressurized the interior. Since my duplicants are spending a bunch of time in there, well, they have the popped eardrums debuff almost permanently at this point. That's creating a huge amount of stress for my duplicants. That is really bad. The larger problem is that there's not much I can really do about this. I can only really build massage tables outside in space so that they don't keep getting the debuff. A while back, I sealed up the room with the gas pump that supplies the atmosuits because every so often a duplicant would walk in there, breathe out, and then carbon dioxide would break the atmosuit docks. To prevent this, again, I sealed up the room. I opened that up again, and since the oxygen diffusers are over pressure, they will be for a long time, the gas pump will be refilling the atmosuits with the overpressurized air to hopefully solve our problem soon. But this was the most stressful part of the journey. It was relatively easy besides that. The first thing to note here is an oxygen not included. The later you get into the game, the more buggy it seems to get. This makes a lot of sense because you're building more stuff is going on. I completely get it. But this rover literally came back from the dead. It is shut down. It shouldn't be working, but it is. It makes no sense. I've never seen anything like this, but I absolutely love it. The other thing you can kind of see here is, I'm guessing it's something in the code, where the bunker doors are technically either open or closed. The duplicants don't understand that there's actually an animation and they have to wait for them to open. I saw this a little bit earlier with duplicants trying to get the payloads, but this definitely was an issue. So I'll open them all when I'm done installing all the power wires. The next time I loaded up the game, the rover actually remembered that it was supposed to be dead, and it shut down for good. Still, I think that's one of my favorite glitches I've seen so far in this game. Even though I knew the meteors were coming, I didn't close the doors quite in time, especially because I can't see exactly when they'll land, so they caused quite a bit of damage. And they even managed to break the insulated tiles. Man, I really hate meteors. I cannot stress that enough. But the good news is that all of our reinforced ladders are completely fine. I didn't even think it was possible, but the snow and ice meteors were causing havoc as well. They actually melted the lead vertical rocket adapters I had, which means I'm gonna have to block space access off for that. So I had no clue why this is happening, but I soon realized, first of all, everything is made out of lead, so it has a melting point of 600 degrees. That's bad. But I was doing that because lead is cheap. The reason this is happening is because the airlock door right there actually conducts heat because of all that insanely hot rocket exhaust. So if some snow just happens to touch it, it'll melt and then vaporize right into steam. The extremely hot steam interacts with the lead, melts the lead. So it all makes sense. I'm just gonna have to fix that real quick. I need some water to finish up a steam room setup for what I'm currently working on. Now, I could use water sieves, but I love the flocculation sieves so much, but I need to make sand for them. I have a bunch of regolith, and it would actually be nice to heat the place up a bit because the water's just on the verge of freezing. As a matter of fact, all of the clean water is frozen. So I'll be making some sand using a rock crusher. When I was first talking about liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, and I was saying that metal tiles would be better, well, this is a perfect example of that. You see, with this setup, the radiant liquid pipes flow into the metal tiles first so that they don't accidentally solidify the hydrogen. This is a way better setup than before. It's also using 2 aqua tuners because I can. You're probably guessing where all the power for this is coming from. Well, I actually linked up both the radioactive and other oily planets using the transfer ports to make an interplanetary link. I create so much power from these 2 planets combined, I think it's so much better than just wasting all of it. I'm also taking a ton of hydrogen from all of the planets. It's no longer going to my main base, as my main base doesn't need it anymore. As a matter of fact, I'm supplementing that production with, I think it's like 2 tanks full of hydrogen on the radioactive planet, because that's where the other hydrogen space POI is. One thing I did a lot in this run to optimize power usage and, well, heat production was using high pressure pipes instead of normal ones. Since they have larger capacity, the unloaders have to take resources out way less often, which means that it uses less power, which is really good. And, of course, creates less heat. Since I have a ton of liquid oxygen and hydrogen in reserves back on my main planet, I can easily build hydrogen rockets there. I sent all of them over to this planet, and this is where, well, my liquid hydrogen and oxygen rockets are going to be. Besides the standard large cargo bay and small liquid tank rockets, I have the ability to make one with a drill cone service module, which can also be loaded with diamond just like the drill cones. I can send this one to either the gilded asteroid for gold and fullerene, or the refined carbon asteroid, which is even cooler. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point in the game. Again, I'm doing all this because I can, and it's fun. Here's an achievement you won't see very often. I don't actually think most people use the power station to increase the power of some generators, and it makes sense why. But the reason I've gotten a lot of mine, Marsha and some other bionic duplicants have a super cool trait called Rainmaker. Basically, when their morale is super high, which means they're super happy, they produce like 10 microchips every so often when they have downtime. It's actually stupidly overpowered. 10 microchips for free. A while back, I actually had to add some additional automation to the rocket, so it detects if the cargo bays are full or not, and it makes sure to unload all of them before launching, because before it would actually launch them even if the cargo bays still had stuff inside of them. Thanks to the combination of my mods, this goofy carbon dioxide rocket with 3 extra tanks and an AI nose cone is literally all I need to get to the temporal tear. The intended way is for you to make a hydrogen engine, which by default has the most range and power, but yet again, why do that when this is infinitely funnier? And I've already proven I can mass produce hydrogen rockets. And this is the first time I've ever seen this. Gold gas. This is thanks to the 5,300 degree exhaust of the rockets. Yeah, it melted the gold. Now it's way colder here, but that's because it's in, micrograms? And things get weird at that scale. And this planet is going to be Berica's permanent residence. With the mini-pod activated, I now have 2 of the 3 conditions to truly beat the game. I am getting tantalizingly close to the end of the game. I don't have all the duplicates to satisfy one of the other endings, but I will be building a great monument because I can. This thing costs a ton of materials. Let me tell you exactly how many. 2.5 tons of glass, ceramic, diamond, obsidian, and plastic. But to top it all off, 17.5 tons of steel. That's a lot of steel. I don't know how much I've made in this run, but that's certainly a good fraction of it. Right before I can complete the monument though, my rocket has finally arrived at the temporal tear. You're supposed to sacrifice 1 duplicate, but I just don't have the heart for that. We have always viewed the temporal tear as a phenomenon to fear, but like the civilizations before us, the call to adventure asks us to confront our anxiety and leap into the unknown. As a radical action of hope, I've sent enough duplicates through the temporal tear to start another colony, explore dimensions beyond ours, and plant the seeds of life throughout time and space. Alright, if this whole ending and line of text doesn't give you guys just goosebumps, I don't know what does. You have to be a monster to not be amazed at this. It's just so wonderful. I love this game too much. And with that, I have officially beaten Oxygen Not Included. I could have beaten it for quite a long time now, but I'm just having fun in this run, if you can't tell. I meant to look over all of the stats way more, but unfortunately I did not. My favorite one is like rocket missions over time or something like that. I think I reached over 18, which is insane, because the normal limit is actually 16 rockets at once, but thanks to Rocketry Expanded, and because it actually decreases the size of the rocket dimension, you can have, I think, 32 or maybe even more. The even cooler statistic from this run is there's an achievement called Mine the Gap, which you get when you mine 1 million kilograms from space POIs. I beat that by 4 times. I have mined 4 million things from space in this run. That is, well, I don't really have words for it. I don't even know anymore. If that's not beating the game, then I don't know what is. And even though some of it is blocked by the other tiles here, this is what I went for. The Rad Bull engine that I love. The mid structure holding a rocket. I mean, that's what we're all based around. And of course, May to top it all off. This is our home. Such a wonderful game. I'm almost sad to have actually completed the run. I want to keep going, but there's not much too else for me to do here. I've completed all of my goals. I have built so many cool machines. What else is there for me to do? I really want to start a whole new playthrough, but I don't have the time for that, unfortunately. I've conquered and automated 5 complete planets. Sure, I used a ton of mods to get everything I wanted, but in the end, I think it was worth it. This run was amazing. This run took 120 hours to complete in total. There were more hours, but the game actually counts time if you're paused or in the escape menu, so I'll just round it down. In total, I had 50 hours of footage, And the editing time, well, I generally say editing time is double the run duration, and it wasn't that long, but man, this took a whole lot of time to edit. Thank you so very much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I hope all of you enjoyed this behemoth of a run. And of course, a special thank you to all of my channel members. This is going to be another Tired Enzo from LookIntoGaming, signing out.